Hello, Akira, Yeman, Slobis, and Andrej. She mastered my mode till I Moonlord. That is factually correct. It's been verified by government sources to be true. Hey, Steinhauser. So I don't want to keep playing Fargo's Souls mod. um, I was very, very, very obviously not having fun during those streams. No fault to the mod itself. It's not that the mod is bad. But I don't want to have to keep trying to force myself to play them and just not have a fun time. Don't really have any other ideas, so I'll just start a random playthrough. Kind of want to stream. I'm gonna use wacky, weird weapons again. I mean, I can just use random weapons. Not as an overarching theme or anything. I don't really have any plans for what I'm gonna do here. We'll figure out as we go. I'll make a medium core character. Why not? Character names, huh? Omelet. Alright, I didn't give the... I didn't actually customize the character at all. Let me, hit randomize a couple times. Where is O in the alphabet? There it is. Omelet. That's an omelet if I've ever seen one. Don't really care about World Evil. Omelet. Omelet. I mean, I wouldn't focus on trying to avoid burnout. I would just take a break and then come back later when you're more interested. Sure. Yeah, God, the streams when I was playing Fargo's were so, like... It is incredibly, like, mentally exhausting trying to force yourself to play something that you're not interested in, but that you don't want to stop just because, like, it's been, like, a couple hours. But then also trying to come off as, like, not just, like, overly negative or things like that. A civic class I'm going for? No, I mean, I can decide one. Probably based on whatever we find. How do you spell omelet? It's got an O. Yeah, there we go. A lot of trees here. That's nice. I haven't actually played a regular Terraria playthrough in quite a while. Alright. Cave immediately. That's nice. Would have been nice to get a food buff, but oh well. Haven't played Terraria for about 3 months because life sucks. You planning to go back? Yeah, I mean, one thing you could do, which I'm sure is going to bite you in the ass given the rate that it's been going, but the next update allegedly eventually coming out. Ooh, 2 life crystals and a chest down there. That's a great start. Got a weapon anywhere? I have 2 spikes. No glow sticks is unfortunate. I should get a rope coil. probably put weapons somewhere. Maybe some platforms. Ruby's fine. He's got some bombs inside of him. Doubt trap down there. Another doubt trap here. Whoops, missed. 2 grenades? Man, I don't want to spend 2 grenades on this. Huh. Let me eat these life crystals. Bat going from behind. Watch Relogic pull the old switcheroo and call it 1.5. I wouldn't be surprised at this point. It's been a long time in development. We're at the point where it's been longer since, well, yeah, I think we've crossed the point of more time being between 1.3, or sorry, 1.4 and 1.5 than between 1.3 and 1.4. Damn, I missed. There we go. Okay, well, now I'm out of grenades, so that sucks. Man, I really would like some glow sticks. Probably gonna have to go back here. Yeah, okay. Well, let's get some more wood, then head to the right. There's another cave. It's a nice start. Is there a video in mind for this playthrough? No? Nope, nothing in particular. Smart cursor on. Swiftness potion's good. Finally got some glow sticks as well. Speeds up exploring a lot. Aglet is more speed. Chest. Fruit in bloom. Worm immediately. But this time I actually have a way to deal with him. That's nice. Probably should look at the screen though. Have you done 100% achievement run? No, I'm actually... There's still a couple of Terraria achievements I don't even have. A couple of ones added in. 1.4.4, I think was the update that added them. Purify the whole world. I think get all the town slimes. Maybe a couple other things too. Yeah, I'll take that. Get rid of that worm easily. Mushroom biome, hopefully some good loot. Bone skeleton statue, life crystal down the bottom left. I'll loot this first before stuff shows up. Life crystal. Bat. Nothing. Alright. Some rope coils. Okay, I'll build a house here. Really sucks not having a grappling hook. Dry looking at the dread, she tells the world it's 99% is pure after you blew up 99% of it. Stink bug day. House. House. Okay. House. Who's this little fella? This is House. This is House from House MD. It's House. It's House the House. He's got his cane. He's got his crippling opiate addiction. He checks all the boxes. Man, I used to have all of House MD on. I had like a Blu-ray box set of the show, but I lost it when I was forced to vacate my university housing because of COVID. I think I had left it behind in a shelf somewhere, and then I don't know what happened to it after that. I've clearly seen how House MD has been completely insane. You want to watch it so bad. It's a good show. He's angry. Music feels slower? No, feels normal to me. Some aspects of the show don't hold up the best. It's also very much so like a monster of the week type show, except it's like life-threatening disease of the week. So it's, you know, in terms of like binging the show or something, it follows a pretty repetitive pattern, and if you're just watching like episode after episode, it can get kind of stale. But overall, it's pretty nice. Especially the first like 6 seasons. I think after that, it kind of falls off a bit. Yeah, Hugh Laurie is very charismatic, entertaining to watch. The cast is nice. Oh, this is House. Night 1 Blood Moon. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Make a little spot here. I gotta give him a medical license. That's what he's missing. Alright, let me, clear a hole here. How many grenades do I have? 5 grenades. 5 grenades, 66 shurikens. I really don't have any effective weapons here, huh? Breathing reed? I guess. Without the grappling hook, it's a little awkward, though. Spear should be sufficient for these guys. It's not going to do anything against the Drippler, though. So I'll use the grenade. Man, Dripplers are tanky. Has there ever been Lupus? I think it was Lupus once. How do you manage to get enough health for a Blood Moon Night 1? I mean, enough health is like 1 life crystal. It's not terribly difficult to do. If I'm lucky, I can get a Shark Tooth necklace or something. Or a Bloody Tear. If it's a Bloody Tear, I don't mind doing Summoner or getting a Blood Rainbow. Not many Blood Moon enemies spawning this Blood Moon. All things considered, there's a Blood Zombie. Let me pull out my shurikens. Damn. Okay. I should grab a block. See what I can make happen here? If that Drippler comes by, it's gonna be a problem. Lucky V4 to boost luck? No. HP kind of doesn't matter that much for everything. 2 shots you regardless. Talking about right now? Or just joining people talking about house? Yeah, we're talking about house because the house is house. It's house. Shackle? I know, that's a strong start. Oh, this is medium core. Yeah, the abject lack of weapons is a little tricky for this Blood Moon. What happened with Fargo's stream? I was not having fun with Fargo's mod, so I just stopped. What happened to House's Kane? Remember that episode where, like, Wilson sawed it in half after they moved in together? That just happened here, except instead of sawing it in half, Wilson used a grenade. Okay. Breathing reed it is. God, why is this my best weapon? How many things does it take for a silver short sword? Hold on. Do I have lead? I don't have lead. I was gonna say I can make like a silver short sword or something, but I don't even have the means to do that. Okay. Umbrella does the same damage as a... Oh, God. Oh, God. Swinging in the direction it points to? I can't even swing behind me as I walk? Man. I was totally fine using the umbrella if I could actually move behind me as I used it, but... Jeez. Who could have known? The umbrella is actually kind of a bad weapon. I gotta kill this Drippler. Damn, Drippler's got high damage. 94. Are you playing Master Mode right now? Isn't it, like, impossible? So yes, they did remove Master Mode in a patch, but if you played Master Mode previously, you retain the ability to unlock it. Or if you bought the Master Mode DLC, it'll remain on your account. But new players can't acquire it. It's kind of a status symbol. 3 stories is 100% a damn good episode, not overrated, but you feel like it's over talked about. Does Pierce have infinite piercing? Well, if not, I'm fucked, but... Okay, could you stop jumping? Holy shit. Let's get him here. Yeah, they got infinite piercing. Yeah, to me, I've rewatched House a couple times, and to me, the only, there's like a couple episodes that I just can't stand to watch. One is the one with like, the supermodel who's like intersex or something. That episode not aged well. Not to mention it being just like a non-stop stream of grown men lusting over an underage kid. And then... so with the kid who's just like a complete asshole. Yeah. I wouldn't say it's a politically correct thing. It's just... uncomfortable to watch. I think a kid who plays chess, yeah. Like, House is a dick, he says dick things, whatever. But... do I have any other ranged weapons? That's all I got, huh? I want to kill these blood zombies. That demon eye will probably stay there for a bit. If I can get here, I should be able to stun lock all these guys. Oh, that demon eye is going to be a problem. Oh, come on! How did that miss? How did that miss? It didn't hit a single one? Are you kidding me? Okay, well, Blood Moon got nowhere, but... How did that miss? Got any mods / packs added? Nope. What might be the case is if you usually play with a different lighting mode. Terraria has 4 lighting modes. Color, white, retro, trippy. That's all 4 of them. If you normally play with a different one, it might look different to what you're used to. How did Pharaoh Souls mod go? Not well. I didn't like it very much. And the lighting actually has, like, pretty substantial differences. It's actually, like, for my mod, Terra Cells. Actually, let me just show you guys, because this is pretty entertaining. Just how much of a difference lighting modes make. And how incredibly frustrating it can be trying to... I, too, am in this episode. Trying to deal with that when you're building things. That how it looks like a person? No, it looks like a house. Terra cells on? Yeah, I do. Okay. So lighting modes, right? Let's disable spawns, and I'll just disabling spawns should be fine. When's 1.5 getting released? Now. Right now. Let's just go like, I don't know, right here. Okay? This building. Well lit, bit ambient. You got it like an amber vibe going on. You can see what's going on. You know, it's got a nice vibe to it. It's warm, it's soothing. Let's change to a different lighting profile, okay? White light. It's a lot more washed out. You can still see what's going on, perfectly fine. Everything's clearly illuminated. But it feels a bit more dull. Looks like there's a small painting issue here. Doesn't really come up with the colored lighting, but, you know, it keeps a more gradient as opposed to a blockier look, but it makes things washed out. Trippy lighting gets very intense with colors, but you can still see what's going on, okay? It's definitely a lot rougher, but this takes Terraria's old lighting things and applies color to it. And then you could go with retro lighting. If you have retro lighting on, you can't see shit. Retro lighting does not play well with ambient and color lighting. You can't see anything. It's just pitch black. That's the difficulty of lighting modes, where everything's meant to be played on color, where color looks very nice, it's all warm, it works well. But then if somebody's playing on retro, it's a nightmare. You can't see anything. But yeah, that's your intro to lighting modes. It's specifically with more like colored and ambient lighting that issue pops up, but retro lighting is really bad with it. Camera should be an option and not mandatory. 1, it is an option. 2, it really shouldn't be an option. Like, it doesn't play well to be zoomed out. It makes things feel worse. Like, all the maps are built around that. Zooming them out to twice as much makes everything look bad. It makes all the enemies play bad because you can't see what they're doing very well. It just basically ruins everything the mod is trying to do visually to make the player be able to see slightly further. It ruins every secret in the mod. It ruins, like, all of the map layouts, makes them incredibly difficult. Lighting systems are hard for new game developers, and better lighting systems are usually added later. Yeah. Anyway, back to the game, though. When a mod is low-key kind of bad in an unintended way, it makes another funner experience. No, like... This feels bad to be playing in, like, the roguelike context. Like, it doesn't work with the enemy designs. Thank you, Half-Chulk. Open those potion ingredients. There's an M house and a D house on the right. What is that? House? It's house. It's house. Roguelike also did it with a big screen. It's a different mod. Literally the entire mod is built around that zoom level. If you zoom out, everything looks bad. Everything. Remember, these are pre-built levels and rooms and stuff. We don't have a rooming thing like in Terraria where it blacks out everything you can't see. You just see the edges of the levels. It hides stuff out screen. Or it hides stuff off screen that you get when you do certain secrets or things. Like, is that good or bad level design? It's not level design, it's visual design. You're being very insistent on making up your mind on something that you haven't played. And telling the people who have played it, who have been designing it, that it's bad. That blocks. Release it would be awesome. It's not done. It would not be awesome to play right now. It's very rough around the edges right now. Do I not play with the full pause thing on? You mean like auto pause? No, I can't stand auto pause. Using waifu monsters mod? What is the waifu monsters mod? Is it just turn enemies into anime girls or something? Yeah, I've played Hades. Okay, well, got bombs. I guess I can go try to find a... I don't know if this world generated with Crimson or Corruption, but let's see what's going on over there. Do you think you make videos in the other roguelikes, like Dead Cells? I mean, I'm not gonna make a video on Dead Cells. I've played Dead Cells. There was another life crystal down here, actually. Let me grab that. Tried War Thunder? No, isn't that the like tank simulator MMO or something? Heard the name before. Thunder is a goated game. What do you do in it? Just like fight other tanks? Tank on tank violence? Lots of racists and neo-Nazis. I must be a corruption world if we got Demonite. Teleportation potion? Where are we at? Bottom right somewhere? Pretty low in the world. Demon altar down there? Maybe Demonite. Lava depth? Underground desert? Sure, fuck it, why not? We're here. Let me use all these, because I am on medium cool, and if I die, it's going to be a hell of a trip getting back. Do I have any grenades? Nope. Alright. Oh, that reminds me, I had been playing Dead by Daylight with friends a couple times recently. It's you know, it's fun with friends. Haven't played it by myself at all. Don't really have any interest to. But I have 2 friends who suck at the game, and then 1 friend who has like 800 hours in it. It's been fun. Do I know the community is very toxic? I've heard that, yeah. But I mean, we're playing with a 4 stack. There's all 4 survivors, so like, he's gonna be toxic. The killer? Fuck that guy. Besides, we're all incredibly low ranked anyway. What survivor do I like the most? I only have, like, the default ones, so, like, I don't really have super strong opinions. What blocks do I have? I use something that's not wood. I guess I could go for fossil stuff. Maybe get, like, bone javelins. I have an extractinator at home. Also a good chance to get a an amber hook. And a fossil pickaxe, yeah. Need bomb fossils? You can, but I don't really want to open up this pit underneath me. Oh, I had mining potions in my chest. I should have taken those. Last cooking vid was half a year ago. It's a lot of setup. When I move into my new apartment, I might make a cooking stream, but I don't have any plans to do any soon. I did recently buy a bunch of clothes, though, so I would like to do another dance pad stream soon. The reason I haven't really done much dance pad stuff is just because a lot of the clothes that I had were very, like, worn down with age. You know, they were a bit cheap to begin with. And then didn't hold up the best, so I only had a handful of great outfits to work with. But, you know, shipping times and all that, so no means instantaneous. No, I haven't really been streaming or making videos for the past 2 months. Been busy with other stuff. Went on a trip to go look at apartments the other day. As I've been on a medical leave of absence from my university for the past couple years, and am going back this fall. And I've been looking at places. Put in an application yesterday. Did I end up doing a bathtub stream? Hot tub stream? Yeah, I've done... did that a while ago. Like Ultra Kill in it. How long would it take me to reach platinum? This world doesn't have platinum in it, but we'll probably get some platinum from the extractinator. No ranged weapons. Have any dynamite? Nah. Gotta be careful with this lava, but... I'm gonna start bombing some fossils now that I'm in a spot where I can do so. I'll do fossil stuff early game. That antlion charger is going to be annoying. Damn, okay. Rest in peace, golfer. The golfer doesn't have a drop. I didn't think that was going to hit me. Okay. Sticky situation now. I was hoping I'd blow him up. If I time it better. Still a little bit off. Now? Too early. God damn. Now. Too early, way too early. You're going up to that cactus. You despawned? You despawned. Breathing Reed is a weapon, yeah. Hey, wise old owl. Seeing Notice Me Senpai just makes me think of, I replayed the Fate Stay Night VN, a couple weeks ago, and God, Sakura annoys the hell out of me. Does the spear do enough knockback to... Okay, good. Here's a good weapon. Play My Femboy Roommate? I think I did. Hold on, do I have that on Steam? See, I have Femboy Bangers, Femboy Bangers 2, Femboy Besties, Femboy and Fries. Femboys are the Phalanx. My first Femboy date. My stepbro is a Femboy. I think that's all I've got. I don't have My Femboy Roommate. Femboy MD? I don't know. Play that? I played all these games. I made a video of playing a bunch of like shitty porn games. But then it got taken down from YouTube. It's up on my Patreon though. YouTube didn't like me playing porn games. Chest down there. Thunder Zapper. Is that a sign we should play Mage? Thunder Zapper's a good early get. I don't know if that was close enough to still hit me. I should not play Clash and see whatever I have. Nah, where's the fun in that? Nah. That's right, I'm in a desert. Sand falls on my head. That's how sand works. Hey, Whitefault. Play the turret class. Nice Squire Slime with a Storm Spear. Storm Spear is an upgrade over the Spear. That's nice. Suspicious looking eye. We can fight the Eye of Cthulhu. Umbrella out. Throwing knife out. Okay, we have an actual weapon now that I can use. I have my Scarab bombs. Oh, Encumbering Stone. Be nice to get like an Ancient Chisel and a Conch. I'm already here, so I suppose might as well see what I can find. Could we just use spears? I could just use spears. There's another chest somewhere. I see the bass statue. Let me, I know I dropped my copper short sword. Okay, is it up? It's up. Is it? Okay, probably just straight up here. Got Scourge the Corruptor as a spear? No, but it's close enough. Ah, yeah, straight up here. 2 of them. Hopefully this is at the height where I can get the actually good loot. Nice! And we've got Dune Rider boots. Give me an Ancient Chisel in this one, or a Magic Conch, and I will be so happy. Any tips for organizing chests and medium core runs? I have a video about organizing chests. As far as your inventory, generally, small stacks of items are less valuable than large stacks of items. Random furniture, like this sandstorm column, is useless. I just throw that away. Similar thing, like I would throw out a keg, I can just craft another keg very easily. And then it's a matter of things that are low value. Like I have 6 silt. If I had 300 silt, I'd probably keep the silt. But if I have 6 silt, I'd probably throw away the silt. So the number of the item you have and how much value it holds to you is usually what you check for deciding whether or not to throw something away. And also how easy it is to get more. Snake Charmer's Flute is, however, a Spelunker Potion. Please don't spam :3. During a hardcore one on expert, do you have any specific hardcore tips? So you're like completely new to hardcore. One major thing with hardcore is you should always use recall potions and not... Okay. Did it bounce a second thing? I knew that was coming, but whatever. I guess it must have bounced a thing on me. Alright then. Where are we dying? Pretty easy to get back to. Have a demolitionist yet? Invalid housing. This invalid housing too? Okay. I knew the cactus was going to hit me, but I didn't think that the second cactus damage was going to come. I think there must have been a... No, it wasn't a jump scare. I knew it was there. It's these chests here that are the problem. He needs valid places to stand. You happy now? Hi. You kidding me? Why? Why is this invalid housing? That doesn't make any sense. I think I'm missing a wall. I'm not missing a wall. If I was missing a wall, it would say I'm missing a... I'm not missing a wall. Guys, I can fucking make this house valid by destroying this chest here. And these two platforms. What? No, it's not the floating door. It's... You know what it's not? It's not the fucking wall. Like I said. You don't need... It would say that the room was missing walls if it was the walls. Secondly, that's not how housing works. You can have gaps in your walls. I know how housing works. I told you guys, it's not the walls. I think if I mix these two up, it might fix it. Yeah. It's not too small. Again, it's... If it was any of those problems, it would say it's how those problems... It's that those... it's those problems. It's not those problems. No, it's not that the table needs space around it. It's just specific rules of stuff. Let me... I just need some, like, bombs to get down there. It's pretty safe getting back. Let me just go over the surface, see if I can find a living tree or something, grab some bombs. No, it's not the table being on the same level. You guys are overthinking it. It's just with where the housing flag needs to get placed. It gets placed in a way that, for whatever reason, that layout there didn't work. Similarly, this house here is invalid, but placing this here should fix it. Yeah. In this case, it's because there wasn't enough space to stand if there's not a block there, but if I put a block there, it fixes it. Hopefully they'll get a demolitionist done. I should have met the flag already. I should grab some torches. As you can see here, the table's underneath the chair. It doesn't have any problem. Get some shurikens. Viewers are helping the streamer figure out why their housing isn't valid by discussing various aspects of the house, such as floor, walls, and furniture. That's seriously what it says? God damn it. I guess it missed all the colon 3s. Clearly the room has lupus. That's what it is. Honestly, so like, if I don't have a random worm show up, then I'm fine in the underground desert. And even if I do have a random worm show up, 269 shurikens should give me enough to be able to deal with it. So I can probably just go down to the desert. It'll just be a little time consuming having to dig down there. I'd like to find a wooden chest somewhere that has bombs in it, but I don't think that's going to be super likely. That dandelion sure is angry. Honestly, angry dandelions are one of the most forgettable enemies in the game to me. I constantly forget that they exist until I see one. It's not that far to dig. If I just pick up angry ant dandelions with a pickaxe, you guys mistake it's the new dye flower. How's the run going? That's gone fine. I died because I am genuinely really curious as to what actually killed me. Was it when I hit the cactus with the bomb, it caused it to spawn a spike projectile, and the falling cactus hit me, which I was expecting, but then it also spawned a spike projectile because of the way that the bomb interacted with it that hit me? Because I got hit twice by a cactus, and I don't know what the second one came from. Was there a second cactus? There were 2 rolling cacti. I guess I just didn't see the second one. Okay. Best thing about Frogger's mod is the joy of being in an underground desert and not getting stunned by getting hit by antlions. Got hit by a spike from the cactus when it was falling. That's what I thought happened. So what spawned the spike? Because normally cacti spawn spikes when they hit something. I died because it bounced back? Okay. They just had some weird collision somewhere. The Cactus God? This is just like Inscription. That was my favorite card from Inscription. Cactus God. With the triple attack. We're on medium core, but I wouldn't call it anything special. Hopefully this kills that antlion. The most frustrating part of dying is losing that Spelunker potion. I get a new boss in 1.5. Oh, let's not talk about 1.5/1.4.5. I know very little about the update by design, and I'd like to continue that. You want me to do a medium core playthrough? Yeah, it's been a little while. Okay, well, we are almost... Well, I say almost. We are getting back. The top cactus, the bomb hit 3, bounced off the side the hole made, making a spike. Okay. Did Fiber Souls suck, or did you finish already? I wouldn't say that the mod sucked. I would just say that I didn't like the mod. Like, it's not that the mod is bad. You have a weird obsession with gooning, Terra. You are welcome to go goon in somebody else's chat, but, you can cease your Gunu behavior. Go play Marvel Rivals. The reason for your big aversion to spoilers? I just think it detracts from the experience I'm going to have playing the game if I know everything that's in the game beforehand. Like, a good example would be when I played Get Fixed Boy for the first time. I didn't know that bouncy boulders were a thing, right? And I had a great reaction to seeing a bouncy boulder for the first time and dying to it. Which wouldn't be possible if I was keeping up with the spoilers or people were telling me what was in the game or what something was. There was a authenticity of the reaction that you won't get if you've been getting spoiled on stuff. But, and with some games, not having spoilers is a pretty big part of the game. Like, it's a really big thing in Souls-likes and stuff like that, avoiding spoilers, because it really changes how you interact with stuff, whether or not you know what's going to happen. Another example is, like, Rain World. Spoilers in, like, Rain World really change the experience. Yeah, I mean, I know some stuff about 1.5. I know they're adding a Skyblock Seed. I know they're adding new soundtracks for a couple bosses. I know they're adding a post-Moonlord whip, and someone also let slip they're adding, I think, a, like, Corruption whip. But I think that's about the extent of it. Like an Undertale. I don't actually know if that was the case. That was just things that I had heard. But best boss fight in the game, fight-wise? I mean, it's got to be, like, the Empress of Light. The game really doesn't have many good boss fights. Like, Terraria's fights aren't really the reason that you play it. The way that they're designed isn't, like, incredibly fantastic or anything, so... Still haven't played Watcher. I think I'll get my stuff back, because we're almost here. Something down here. Oh. Okay. Oh, yeah. Sorry if, yeah, other people have been trying to avoid spoilers. That was my bad. I probably should have thought slightly more about it. Jeez. I'm gonna get down there. The Moonlord isn't like a well-designed boss, I would say. It's a big clusterfuck of stuff. And I wouldn't say that, like, the boss is, like, fun to avoid or stuff like that. me seal the place up. Hello. Yeah, fun fact about shurikens, they deal no knockback. Yeah, moon boulders are not fun. Yeah, puzzle games are another big one. I remember when I was playing Celeste on stream, people were constantly trying to, like, spoil puzzles or give hints or stuff, which, like, defeats the purpose of, like, playing the puzzle. Right? Like, the point is to solve it. Animal Well, it was kind of happening too, but it wasn't as bad. Oh, that is a predicament. Seal this off while I, Okay, Storm Spear back. Right, Cloud in a bottle, I'll put on a second loadout. Get rid of the mud block. Oh, but I have weapons now. I can just kill it. I don't have to fucking place sand on it. Shoe spikes. Eyes are good for Eye of Cthulhu. You in here. Mushroom Torch. Doubt Trap, get out. Silt Block, get out. I don't need an encumbering stone. Okay. I think we're good for now. I can always come back if I need... Oh, this guy steals more of my money. What's the thumbnail? It's clouds. 4 of the bird cloud. Love the bird cloud. Okay, let's extractinate some of this stuff, yeah? $592 fossils. Okay, you know, I should be able to... if I play this quickly... Shit, I don't need stuff for an anvil. That's fine. We'll work with it. No, grappling hook sucks too, but, you know. We'll live with it. Gonna fight Torch God? I do not have any plans to. Yeah, the extractinator quality of life thing is nice. I don't think Torch God's gonna fight me. I haven't checked, but hope not. Bone Pick is better than Fossil, yes. Bone Pick is just Fossil, but faster. Bone Pick combines speed of Silver Pickaxe with power of Platinum, or Gold Pickaxe. Maybe Platinum. Exactly. Okay. Should be set to do this. Is this boss for money? It's just to fight a boss. I mean, we'll need to fight him eventually anyway. The money doesn't hurt. Don't get me wrong. Alright. Thunder Zapper is going to be a lot less usable in Phase 2. On account of no way to recharge my mana easily. We running with spear only? No, and I've used I've been using the Thunder Zapper. The house is house. Yeah, it's a house. From the hit TV show House MD. This is gonna get a bit dicey as the eye gets close to death, because without a grappling hook, I don't have the best means of looping back. And my arena's pretty short. I'm going to run out enough time before he gets to his final dashing stage for me to use another healing potion. Just to make sure that we survive this. He's going to go hyper speed now. Okay. It depends on how the Torch God fight is designed. Dude, I don't know. I never fight Torch God. I don't have opinions on that. Dude, I don't fight Torch God. I'll put on some sunglasses. Would I ever do a 100% items run? No, I don't think I would. Like gold, fossils, amber. We have enough for an amber hook. But what I don't have is an anvil, so I should probably get one of those. Lead, tin, silver, platinum. Organize all this stuff. I have copper somewhere. I got copper, potion ingredients. Get these in here. I got the potions themselves. You're still happy? I guess the golfers found enough away that you're not unhappy? Or maybe it's just the nurse counteracting stuff. Whatever. Pylon. Sell you, sell you. Yeah, I'll just sell the Demonite. We'll rock with the Thunder Zapper stuff. Instead of getting like a Demon Bow or something. Give me a piggy bank. Snake Charmer's flute. We could be a flautist. Big chests. 19 gold bars. Has my work on Terracels been? I don't code. I'm not a coder. I assemble levels, do level design, playtesting, and direct people on what to do. That's the bullet hole from when House was shot by that guy. No topaz? No topaz. Alright, let's finish extractionating this. How big is the Terracels team now? A lot of people. I mean, the thing is, there's a lot of people, but a lot of them have very, very low or zero level of commitment. Star on top of the house is a hat. Like a mage run. How much you have to get done with the mod? So we have multiple levels left to implement. Probably about half the levels in the game. We have more boss fights. Good amount of gold from this. That's nice. Enemy AI is a big thing, and a lot of it's polishing stuff around the edges. A lot of stuff's very rough around the edges, either visually or mechanically. Terraria is the mod that I'm making. Okay. So you know what we can do? To appease some of the most... Do you want to say most annoying? Yeah, let's go with most annoying subsets of the Terraria community. We could do a thrower playthrough, at least for pre-hard mode. We got fossil stuff now. We can use thrown weapons. The question that never stops getting asked. Oh, use throwing weapons. Do thrower. Play thrower. Back to the Molotov. At this point we have fossil stuff, so I don't really want Molotov. But we can use thrown weapons. Between the bone throwing knife and bone javelins, we have Eater of Worlds, so bone throwing knife piercing is probably the play. But really I want both. Bone javelins are pretty nice for Skeletron. Okay, so I'm gonna keep... This is a medium core playthrough, so I'm not going to hard commit to throwing 100%. I'm going to keep a backup chest, and if we need to get something else, we'll pull out a different class as weapons. I'll keep the Thunder Zapper and the Storm Spear in there. I'm doing it because it's an interesting idea. It's not, like, I don't hate throw or anything. I think it's silly, the attachment level that a lot of people have to it. Because throw was basically this edgy phase that the ranged class went through. It didn't exist before 1.2, and it didn't exist after 1.4. It was just 5 weird years from 2015 to 2020 where throwing weapons existed. And they weren't good. They weren't fleshed out. They weren't fun. But people have this strong attachment to them. So it gets brought up a lot. Gotta get my Snake Charmer's Flute on 1. Okay, Eater of Worlds would be next. Jeez, Surface Eater of Worlds Arena? It's gonna be a little awkward fighting on the ground with how little defense I have. We could also just watch Skeletron. But I should get a hook first. I should get to max HP first, honestly. Let me get an Amber Hook, Fossil Pickaxe. It's lazy, wonderful. That makes me want to get a Goblin Tinkerer, so I should go to the Corruption and break an Orb. Okay. Destination obtained. No, I'm not doing the one armorless. I just don't know what reason to do. Don't forget about throwing poison knives. Did I say throwing poison knives? Poison throwing knives. I've got bone throwing knives. I'm good. Fossil armor? I don't have enough fossils for fossil armor. I had to use my fossils to make weapons. Wonderful. Mighty Wind. God, this is just like Fogos mod being slowed down in the desert. Thankfully, I have a hook now, so I can actually get past stuff. Yeah, I mean, we used poison throwing knives during the underrated weapons playthrough, so no need to use them again. Or forgettable weapons, not underrated weapons. Poison daggerfish? I don't want a fish, man. Want a smoking? I have a gravitation potion I can use to loot some sky islands too. This will bring me to the jungle. Keep looting here, or move on and hope to find a corruption. I'd like to move on and hope to find a corruption. I don't want to do Torch God. Yes, so bone javelins, if you're not familiar, stick inside of enemies and inflict a damage over time debuff. The more javelins in them, the higher damage the debuff. I think up to 15 damage per second. 1, it just deals 3 DPS. Should kill him. Also, fun fact, the Bone Javelin inflicts the Penetrated debuff. I'm gonna penetrate that Goblin Scout. I'm gonna penetrate that Jungle Bat. I'm gonna penetrate that Umbrella Slime. I'm gonna penetrate that Flying Fish. Enemies penetrated. Bone Javelin's pretty good against Iron Brain. Yeah, it's solid against Skeletron, too. I wouldn't say it's great, but it's definitely usable. Stop, stop, stop. What's wrong with the penetration? It's the debuff. It's what it does. I can't stop penetrating everything, okay? It's the weapon I decided to use. Traveling Merchant. If you don't like penetration, then you don't like throwing weapons. Is that what you're telling me? Finch Staff? Baby Finch, I can't penetrate that. It's useless. Get it out of here. Another Blinkfoot up there. I have a grappling hook. Why am I using rope? Enchanted Sword Shrine. If this drops a Terragrim, we're hard pivoting to Terragrim. I just want to let you know. Yo! Okay, never mind. Fuck throwing weapons. Relationship ended with penetration. Now Terragrim is my new best friend. This run is seeded? Nah, even a seeded run wouldn't do that. The RNG is determined when you break the shrine. Man, I haven't gotten a Terragrim. I don't actually think I've ever gotten a Terragrim organically as part of a run at a point where I could use it. I've gotten the Arcalis back in 1.3. Terragrims are 1 in 50 drop, yeah. If you're not familiar, what happened there is Enchanted Sword Shrines, which can rarely spawn as furniture in the world, or more commonly, you'll find them in Enchanted Sword Shrines, which are a natural occurring, I don't know if set piece is the right word. Ooh, a gold grasshopper. But a little shrine like that with a tunnel down from the top. Those shrines will normally drop an enchanted sword, but there is a 2% chance for them to drop a Terragrim instead, which is this. It's a close range. It's not 1 in 100. It's 1 in 50. Got it from treasure bags, the Arcalis. Yeah, and the Terragrim replaced the Arcalis, which back in 1.3 was functionally basically the exact same weapon. But the Arcalis is named after the developer, and the Arcalis was moved to come from Arcalis' treasure bag instead. Okay, sure, let's just, this generates so much light, holy shit. Yeah, this should be a great weapon for the Eater of Worlds. Assuming I can get a little bit of defense. So I might try to mine or loot some chests just to get bows to give me something to go off of. Probably try to get a bit of double jump too. Good chance to get back to enough HP. We'll use the Terragrim until the Terragrim's not good anymore, which, honestly, it's gonna be a little while. Can't you rename the character to get different colored Terragrims? Maybe. Is that... I know that, some of the lighting effects do change based on what your name is. I know, like, the Empress of Light things. And Last Prism? Yeah? Terraria versus Torch God? Weapon of Fogo's mod streams? I wasn't having much fun with Fogo's mod, so I stopped playing it. Life Pistol? And see, the fun part of having the Terragrim is that since we're playing medium core, I can just keep the Terragrim as a backup weapon for the entire game, and we can just pull it out randomly later when we die and need to get something back. And it gives me an excuse to use it more. And a Nymph? Man, this is going great. I'm gonna stab the shit out of that woman. Penetration? No. Okay. It's actually very annoying. Those slimes. I don't believe in penetrating women. I believe in stabbing women. Or slashing women, rather. It's slashing damage. Huh. Oh, fuck. Jeez. Okay. Well, we're back to a reasonable HP value. Alright, see ya, tier 8V. Spider Cave. Probably gonna have a web slinger, but could have a teleportation potion in it. Yeah, the Terragrim DPS is super good. It's also really good against Reign of Cthulhu. But on account of being a very low-range melee weapon, you do have to deal with, you know, actually taking it. Oh, I didn't check the Traveling Merchant. Oops. Yeah, spiked slimes, by the way, can't shoot projectiles when they're floating in water. So if they're floating in water like that, you don't have to worry about them hitting you. Still deal contact damage, of course, but... Most pathetic spider cave ever. It might have gone off more somewhere else. Sometimes they branch a bit, but yeah, that was pretty weak. Yeah, and if we get a sharpening station, it'll get even better. What did I come here for? I came here to loot chests. That hasn't been going well. It's been nothing. Is there a life crystal there? Oh, there was. crazy theory, what if Torch God is a god? Nah, I only believe in one god. And his name is Michael. Bread? With chest, good question. I passed one earlier. I saw it on the metal detector. I just thought I'd find another one at some point. That's fine. Let me see what I have, because I probably have a decent amount of stuff just from looting chests and whatnot. Yeah. If I kill Eater of Worlds, that gets me Shadow Armor, which is a solid chunk of defense. Probably my best bet at this point. Got Iron Skin, got these. Let me... That's right. I wanted to go break an orb so I could actually get goblins so I could reforge stuff. That house is house. Doctor House, yeah. What's your guys' favorite Doctor House moment? This is the Terragram, which has a 1 in 50 chance of dropping from Enchanted Sword background optics. I think my favorite Doctor House moment is like when that bus hit him. That was pretty cool. Mine is when he helps his new inmate get a pet bug. Yeah, when he like squished it. I forgot he went to prison. I guess he'd just drive his car directly through his former girlfriend's living room. But, you know, we all get a little wild sometimes. No harm, no foul. Little musky. Is it a farming destroyer or something to get the Arcalis for the rest of hard mode? Well, the Arcalis isn't like super good, if that's what you're asking. If you're asking, is like a valid strategy for like an effective weapon, no. But I mean, if you want to use the Arcalis, Destroyer is one of the most farmable bosses. Souls of Night are easy to get. Rotten Chunks are usually easier to get than lenses. And Destroyer is a lot faster to kill if you can attack the coil or have good piercing options, so you kill him faster, less turnover time. Golem is usually the most farmable hard mode boss, but by that point you have a lot less time to use the Arcalis, so. I also always love that if a patient were honest with him that they just need pills to get high, you would actually give them a receipt for it. There was that one time you prescribed that dude cigarettes. Golem is too hard? Same. Guess I'll keep the musket in a backup chest. Oh, it's nighttime. Let's fight the Eye of Cthulhu again. Actually, hold on. Let me, think of a big net. Didn't really think this through that well. He does a lot of damage to me, but, you know. We work with it. Let me, pick those up. We do what we must. For the glory of Terragrim. I need a slight speed buff and a regeneration potion to have some sustain. Do I have enough time to kill him? It's getting kind of late in the night. I hope I do. Oh, come on! We hover just out of space. Okay. It's a falling star night, so there's pretty good chance of him getting hit by one. I have a hook now. Okay, you know, I'll switch to penetration strategy. I don't know if I can actually effectively use the Terragrim here. Turns out that sometimes all you need is a little penetration. It is, in fact, very difficult to use the Arcalis, or the Terragrim, when you don't have, defense. Alright, now give me binoculars. Damn, that would have been great. Alright, well, money's good. Deposit some of this stuff. With any luck, we'll get a goblin invasion this morning. Yeah, I stopped playing Fargo's. I wasn't having fun with it. Did I just pronounce binoculars like that? Binoculars let you see off screen. They're not, like, particularly useful, but they're nice to have. They can be cool for looking off screen. Usually, it's nice for if you have Spelunker potions and you're looking for chests, you can scan a further area off screen, help with locating stuff, and combine with the metal detector pretty effectively. No goblins, which is unfortunate. I guess I will continue the rest of the surface exploration. See what's going on there. Hopefully the following morning we can get one. Maybe I'll get some goblins to show up that I can just kill, too. That would be nice. Will I also penetrate the goblins? Nah. I've gotten the penetration urge out of my system. I'm back to slashing now. Go to the goblin lair? I don't want to go to the goblin lair. What is the goblin lair? It's the lair with the goblins. Yeah, if I want to use the Terragrim, I really need defense. Although, it's probably pretty effective against Vile Spit on account of being an omnidirectional thing. I might be able to take out the Eater on the surface without much defense. As it should be able to destroy the sections pretty quickly, and it should be very effective at fighting off Vile Spit. So, and it's very good against worms. I mean, you saw how one brief touch there destroyed that Devourer. The range does suck, but I think I should be able to use this effectively. I would really like to get Spectre Boots first, though. Penetrate him. Consider yourself penetrated. Let's show you a couple is your favorite. Yours is the Clothier and the Truffle. That's a red flag. Is that on your Tinder profile? You should put it there so people know not to go on a date with you. Anyone whose favorite couple in Terraria is the Clothier and the Truffle should not be trusted around another human being. Sounds like vor. It's non-consensual vor. Between old man and mushroom guy that just wants to live his life. That's fucked up. What did my boy Truffle do? He just existed. That's it. That's all he ever did. He just existed. He just existed, and you want the Clothier to eat him. Bundyus hates the guide because of the zoologist? What? I don't understand the connection. Yeah, we got a Terragram first go. I want to fight the Eater up here. I gotta make sure I have enough rotten chunks. Part of why I'm killing these guys. Burger? Is it backseating if I'm always behind you? Holy shit, is that a reference to Doctor Who Season 4 episode Turn Left? Penetrate him. Okay, this arena should be fine. I guess I don't really need Spectre boots. I kind of wanted them, though. I'll let another morning go by. I'll explore the rest of this world. If I don't get a goblin invasion the coming morning, I'll just fight the Eater here. Do you like getting penetrated? Oh, do the Eaters like getting penetrated? I don't know. I don't know what they like. I don't know if they have the framework in their nervous system to feel happiness. Is it a Waffle Time reference? I did not intentionally make a Waffle Time reference. I'm going to fight Eater of the Woods in the open? Aha! You see, I have an omnidirectional constant hitbox around me that should, in theory, be able to fight off any vile spit sent my way by the Eater of Worlds. Ah! 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 Got enough defense? Yeah, I have a shackle. Shackle's a good amount of defense. Impeccable impersonation? Thank you. My uncle on my mother's side is actually a bird. Kind of runs in the family. Oh, dude, we're gonna move fast as fuck. I need to... Creeper? Oh, damage reflection. Oh, wait, no, I don't think it reflected damage. I think it just does 102 contact damage. Oh no, that was the damage reflection. Okay. No luck. Accessories chest. I should make one. Okay, I have a little more time in the day. Let's see, I have a place to fight the Eater. How many rotten chunks do I have? I have 8 rotten chunks. I would need 15. Let me go kill some more Eaters of Souls. Does that cave in the ocean generate only in large worlds? No, I think there's like a... Is there a 50% chance? 25% chance for, that terrain to generate in a ocean? I don't remember exactly. But, it's just a chance. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you won't. The wiki still has wrong info about mining speed? What does it have that's wrong? Drill stuff? Hope they fix the drill mining speed bug. Yeah, I hope so. Drills are cool, it's just very bad. Axes don't get speed bonuses from anything other than Reforge, but the main mining speed article states otherwise. I thought that axes that were hybrids with pickaxes, like the pickaxe axe, would have their tool speed affected by mining speed. I think that's what somebody had told me. So does it not specify that is the case? It just says that applies to all axes? Probably some kind of miscommunication between somebody hearing that and then, started to fall damage there. Assuming that meant all axes, or they only tested it with an axe that's a hybrid pickaxe. How exactly are drills bugged? All drills are one tick slower than they should be when mining. So every pickaxe and drill, and every tool actually, will have a speed associated with it. A tool speed that indicates how many ticks it takes between swings of the item. So you can hear the two thunk-thunk sounds. The spacing between them is the tool speed, how many ticks it takes before you hit it a second time. And pickaxes have tool speeds that are exactly what they should be. They're not listed in-game, but they're listed on the wiki, and mining speed bonuses reduce them so that you hit faster. Drills, their listed tool speed on the wiki and what it should be in-game is one slower than it should be. So that just means every drill is slower than it should be. And it's particularly consequential with drills that should be fast, because going from a tool speed of 11 to 12 is what, like a 8% decrease. But going from a tool speed of like 2, which is what the lunar drills should be, and it should be able to destroy 30 blocks per second, going down to a tool speed of 3 and destroying 20 blocks per second is a 50% decrease, and makes them significantly worse when stacking up against drills in herd mode. I just stopped Frogos. I wasn't having fun with it. Maybe I'll try going back to Frogos at some point, but it just... Again, it's not that the mod was bad by any stretch. That's not what the problem was. I just was not enjoying it for whatever reason. And so I didn't want to sit here and have to try to force myself to keep playing something that I wasn't having much fun with. Part of it is just... There is the whole thing with me, like... It's not that I get annoyed with large tooltips or having to read words. And it's not that I don't like having to think about things. But especially in that particular situation, I was at a point where, like, I wanted to just stream something I could pick up and play and have fun with. Like what I'm doing now, just like a casual, easy playthrough. And I was hoping that just playing the mod, you know, show up, new stuff to see, interact with it, whatever. Low stakes, fight new things, see new stuff. But then having to put a lot of mental energy into figuring out all of the enchantments and seeing what to do and reading all of them and stuff like that, was not what I wanted, which really made me not want to engage with them, which then led to the problem of all of the bosses and stuff being balanced around those enchantments and all of the mechanics in the mod being... Can I stay far enough away for this? Yeah, I can. Particularly frustrating when not interacting with that system, as they don't really... the other stuff doesn't stand on its own very well. Like, if I was in a state where I wanted that, then I'm sure I probably would have been more engaged with the mod. There's also the fact that I'm streaming, and usually I don't like sitting there not doing anything for long periods of time. Which, you know, reading a bunch of stuff in the recipe browser and whatnot, not ideal, but it mostly just comes down to not being in a mind state of wanting that out of the mod, that experience. I think I had 8 rotten chunks already, so I think that brings me to 16. And it's a similar thing with the bosses, where a lot of the bosses were kind of, beget a lot of, like, attention and paying attention to what they're doing and focusing on them and, like, getting in the zone and stuff. And it wasn't really the experience that I wanted. I kind of just wanted to, you know, show up, use general, you know, dodging strategies and stuff that I already know to apply to new stuff, as opposed to learning a bunch of new things or new ways to move and dodge things, which made me not particularly engaged with the fights. Bosses were too scripted. It's not that they're scripted. I kind of, and this is a description that somebody out there will understand, but might be complete nonsense to a lot of people. They felt like Elden Ring bosses, in a way. Which is to say that, objectively, the attacks aren't, like, poorly designed or things, but it felt like I didn't have a whole lot of time to react to stuff. The bosses would often pull out random stuff late in their health bar that would, like, one-shot or nearly one-shot or just be catastrophic for the attempt, which then leads to the entire fight up to that point just feeling like nothing until you get to the point where they're actually dangerous. And the fights feeling very, instead of having a general skill set of see thing react, more of like pattern recognition of memorizing a specific attack. And that's not necessarily globally true. I mean, I only played in pretty hard mode. I didn't fight all the bosses, and when I was doing so, I wasn't using a lot of the enchantments and stuff like that. That was just kind of the feeling that I had as I was interacting with things. No, it's not that the attacks are unpredictable. It's that the attacks are very predictable, and you need to recognize which pattern is being pulled out, and how you need to respond to it. And it's not like that's universally true. Again, something like the Wall of Flesh was on like a loop, an AI loop. You could know which attack he was going to do next. Yeah. If I visit a bullet hell, becomes a free copy of the Bible. What? Is that a reference to something? My bass statue. Yeah, this is brand new. This is our first day. Once I get shadow armor, I should be able to do things a lot faster. Let me just go make a bed. We'll sleep for a bit. See if I get goblins in the morning. If not, we go fight the eater. Got enough iron. No, I don't think Fibers is bad at all. I mean, objectively, I could look at the bosses and go, this is a well-designed boss fight. I don't... Like, mechanically, this isn't bad by any stretch. It's just not something that I'm interested in or was having fun with. And it could just be the mental state I was in when I was playing it. It's entirely possible I could play it at a different point in time and find more enjoyment out of it. I think what makes a good boss? It's tough, and it varies from game to game. Usually, being able to react to the boss in a fun way makes a boss fun. So, something like, just going based on vanilla Terraria bosses, Queen Slime's a bad boss. I don't think that's a very controversial statement. I don't really like the boss very much. She tends to be one of the most frustrating. And it's because it's hard to counterplay her. She does a lot of damage, and her attacks just don't feel very fun to engage with. Whereas something like the Empress of Light, despite having a similar like base concept of being kind of like a bullet hell thing, is fun for a lot of people, and that's because she's engaging. You're able to see what she does. You're able to take specific actions and counter what she's doing. And it feels like you're interacting with the boss, and the way that you do it is fun. That's another reason that a game like Sekiro, the combat system in Sekiro and the bosses in Sekiro, a lot of people really like. It's because you're actively engaging with the bosses and doing specific things to counter what they're doing. And it does it in a way that's fun. Best boss fights have anticipation before the attacks creates a loop of recognizing them and feeling good after dodging them. Yeah, it's instilling in the player a sense of pride and accomplishment. For their microtransactions. No, it's basically doing something and getting positive feedback and having fun because of it. I think player agency and the way that the player feels in response to things are the most important attributes. You want bosses to be able to be engaged with. You want the player to, maybe it's pressing a button to counter something. Maybe it's moving in a particular way. The players see something happen and they move to avoid it, or they press a button to dodge, or this is not talking about any specific game, just general concepts. They see an opening for the boss, they go in and attack the boss. Stuff like that is fun. And the length of those openings, how much pressure it puts on the player, are usually what dictates stuff being too easy or overtuned or feeling like a really nice sweet spot. And also, the amount that the player gets to do this is very important. That's why parrying tends to be a very fun mechanic. And how frequently the player does it is an important part of the player's fun. This is why a game like Sekiro, I think, has drastically better combat than something like Elden Ring. Where Elden Ring and Sekiro, at their core, have pretty similar enemies. They both tend to go on long attack chains. You know, I mean, Malenia basically is a Sekiro enemy, but the difference is in Sekiro, you are constantly counteracting the enemy's every move, whereas in Elden Ring, it comes off a lot more frequently as waiting for your turn to do something, where you'll see the boss do a bunch of things, and then you'll just wait, and like every, 5 or 6 seconds, you get the opportunity to actually do something meaningful. Why do almost all games need boss fights? It's a fun mechanic. Players like... I mean, the concept of a boss fight is just... If you have enemies, right? Games have enemies so that players have obstacles to overcome. If a game has enemies, it naturally makes sense that some of those enemies are going to be stronger than others. And boss fights are just the natural progression of that concept. Well, if you have enemies, and the enemies are different from each other, some of them are going to be more dangerous than other ones, and some of the enemies are going to be very dangerous. They're bosses. And you fight those bosses as a great challenge to overcome. I forgot to turn this into powder. Intent is to provide players with a sense of pride and accomplishment for dying and get fixed boy over and over. As for damage value, select initial choices based upon the data for 1.3 players. Why so widespread? I mean, boss fights... It's... I couldn't tell you why they originally got so widespread and whatnot. No, this is only being stripped here, Hamad. But if you're not on live chat, you might be missing some messages. There's a live chat option as opposed to top chat. The house is house. Sorry for posting out a brand account. Oh, it's no problem, Toho World Cup. It's okay, I don't mind. I have a very faint tangential relationship to Toho. I narrated the Steam game CBT with Yuka Kazami. If you guys ever want some CBT, I have a video of that on my Patreon. I also went to Gensokyo in Japan. My friends climbed the Mountain of Faith. I just dicked around Suiko. Want some Toho stuff out of claw machines. You're really active in the competitive Toho communities. My friends really want me to play Toho, but I just have so much other stuff going on, I haven't really had the time. Am I running in circles? No, I'm going to craft an Eater of Worlds summon to fight the Eater of Worlds on the surface up here, but I forgot to turn my Vile Mushrooms into Vile Powder to craft the summon, so I had to go back to spawn to make that. So yes, I'm running in circles, but with purpose. No, 30 is the amount that you need, not 40. Okay, well, here goes. Let's see how well the Terragram can handle this. This might be a disaster, but... God, I can't even get close enough to hit him. Okay. See? Terragram is a wonderful, wonderful shield. Does it hit behind me, too? It does! It's omnidirectional. He can't hit me with Vile Spit while I'm using the Terragram. Man, the Terragram is wonderful. You never get to use it because it's an obscenely, ridiculously rare weapon, but... this thing's awesome. Yeah, it hard counters the Eater of Worlds. It also hard counters the Brain of Cthulhu. At least the Brain's second phase. Because, I mean, you have this omnidirectional stun locking that basically exactly counters what the Brain does. You just point in the direction and swing at him. Used to be the Ocalis? Yes, back in 1.3, the Terragram was called the Ocalis. Technically, the Ocalis still exists. They re-implement, or they changed it to be from a treasure bag and then added the Terragram. But for all intents and purposes, it was swapped to the Terragram. This part's a little tricky, taking a little damage. Mostly just a little tough to try to kill that section. You wish there was a hard mode variant? I mean, there is a hard mode variant. The Ocalis. It now comes from Ocalis's treasure bag. It's a developer item. It's basically just the Terragram, but it has some armor penetration, and I think maybe a little bit higher damage. But, good news. There is a hard mode version. And it's actually consistently obtainable in the sense that it's not RNG with world generation. You do have to farm for developer treasure bags until you get Ocalis's treasure bag, but, or developer items from treasure bags until you get Ocalis's to drop, but... yeah, Skeletron after this. Once I get Shadow Armor, I feel pretty good about Skeletron. Does 25 damage? Okay, that's a fair bit better. 17 to 25 isn't like a huge jump. But 25 with damage penetration, or armor penetration. I think the range issue is a lot more prevalent. Also, there's like fetid bag necks. Yeah, wow, the Vile Spit just cannot hit you. I wonder if I can... if I was on a lower difficulty, I think I could just sit in front of him as the heads went into me. Plan to use the Terragram for the Hope-Free Hard mode? I don't know about the Wall of Flesh, but we can use it for the other stuff. Terragram on Wall of Flesh seems troublesome. DPS really falls off. It can only really attack one section at a time. And it's basically just a much worse Night's Edge, but... Oh, I'm out of healing potions. Let's not die here. Just take some time to regen HP. It's tough to get those last couple hits on the worms because he keeps bending, which means I can't just sit here as he goes up. He's kind of bending to the side. Okay, one more eater. Got him. Not even close. Not even close. Okay. Well, let's make some shadow armor, yeah? No. Are you kidding me? I don't have enough scales for shadow armor? Did I miss some? Seems pretty unlikely I would have missed any, given, I guess I can make another summon item. Just in case we ended up missing some. Bring the back up. By now, with the armor, we should be fine. Not safe from Eye of Cthulhu. It's not the Demonite, it's the Shadow Scales that I don't have enough of. Well, the Shadow Scales are the ones I care about. Bring healing? Good point. It's easy to get Demonite. I can just summon the Eye of Cthulhu again if I wanted that. But... I need 3 more Shadow Scales. Do I have 90 gold? Selling stuff? You know, killed bosses, sell their loot. I mean, just the Eye of Cthulhu alone, if you sell everything the Eye of Cthulhu drops, I think you get, like, 15, 18 gold, something like that. We killed the Eye of Cthulhu twice. That's, like, 35 gold. And then we just killed the Eater. Got some gold outright from that. You have just selling stuff that you get from looting chests. I don't think I got any coin portals. Just a mix of stuff like that. You going into a wall? We're going until I get bored. And we'll lose that 90 gold quickly once a Goblin Invasion shows up and we get the ability to reforge stuff. A class-specific run? I mean, right now we're just using the Terraria. Because we got one. I'll think about what I want to use after, but for now, I'm happy just using the Terraria. So, 1 piece of Demonite. Did something drop down here? No, I think we picked everything up. I think we just got a very low-ball drop, both for Demonite and Shadow Skills. I'm not seeing anything I missed. We'll try to get the Arcalis. It's a lot of grinding to get an Arcalis. What, dev item drops are like 1 in 20 or something, and then there's a lot of different dev sets you need to specifically get Arcalises. Alright, we'll just fight the Eater again. Alright, let's fight deer mobs. Edo wasn't tough, especially we got a little more defense now. Missing our potion buffs, which is going to nuke my sustain a little bit, but that's fine. Let me put on Worm Scarf. Gotta keep the shackle on Aglet. Worm Scarf for Aglet. Edo was always your big turtle playing expert mode for the first time. Now it's the wall. You just can't beat the wall. I mean, having a consistent arena set up before starting the wall fight helps a ton with the wall. Defense is also very good against the wall of flesh. Warding reforges. You usually take damage from the lasers during that fight, and defense is really effective against the lasers. And then the weapon you're using, Knight's Edge, is probably the best weapon against the Wall of Flesh. Hard to go wrong with it. Knight's Edge aside, damn. I stopped attacking for a sec because I didn't want to pop one of the segments prematurely. Beanades, not the Wall of Flesh killer, Hellwing Bow is usually better. I mean, the convenience of Beanades is there's no thought involved and there's very little arena prep involved. You just sit there and you hold down the throw button and eventually the Wall of Flesh will die. And it's pretty effective at it. It's not, like, incredibly powerful, cheesy effective, but, like, it works. The main benefit is more the convenience factor. You just farm Queen Bee enough, very farm with the boss. Then you just show up and hold down the attack button. Got a new PC and none of your worlds or characters carried through. That was over 200 hours of gameplay. Do you have the old PC still? You can just copy over the files. They're saved in documents/mygames/Terraria. There's a characters folder and a worlds folder. You could also move them to cloud saves, but cloud saves are known for being a little dodgy. So if you do, I would take them off cloud saves very quickly. And I would, in general, recommend not keeping your characters on cloud saves if you have an alternative. Your old PC broke. Do you still have the hard drive? Yeah, meteor in the background. I love that they added meteors and falling stars to the background. It's such a nice touch. No, they hit me? They got through my Terragram defenses? I guess I'm a little weak in the back. They time it correctly. Alright, my sustain's pretty bad. So I probably want to sit out my potion cooldown because I don't have a regen potion. Fallen stars are in the background? Yep. I've got like 6,000 hours. Rounding up a couple hundred. It's like 5,700 something. We normally use campfires. Yeah, I have a campfire here. It's not a huge buff, but it's basically a free buff, so there's not much reason not to have it. I'm pretty sure this is the second time I've fought the Eater of Worlds and, like, gotten an insufficient amount of Demonite from it for an armor set. I think last time I bid in for an armor set and a pickaxe, but... Does the Eater of Worlds drop amounts, are they lower than the Brain of Cthulhu's? There's a lot of RNG involved, just based on, Damn, I should have kept slightly more. Okay, well, let's finish off that shadow set. Fight Skeletron? I'd really like to get more defense for Skeletron. So I'll ditch Fossil now. Do Deoclops as well. Yeah, let me do Deoclops. Why not? Something to do while we wait for, Goblin Invasion to happen. Sell some of this stuff. Rum Scarf, Relics. Don't need a Trident. Is the gimmick of this run? It's not a gimmick. Just playing the game. The worst part of Fogos? I mean, I think the only part of the mod that was genuinely frustrating to me at times is just... Oh, this is a really close, meteor. Okay. Well, there's not anything I really get from meteors. There's not much reason for me to mine it. Should make a video titled How Fogos Broke Me? I'd rather not. Meteor's always that big? That one's particularly large, it feels like. Or rather, it can depend on where they land, because they convert nearby blocks into meteor. So if they land, like, inside of a chasm or something, usually get less. They're broken up with Falco? Yeah, but we're still on good terms with each other. But the way the mod handled debuffs and just throwing debuffs everywhere, I found frustrating at times. Particularly when it came to, like, you know, the slow debuff in the desert, or the enemies that would give you, like, stun effects. I wasn't really a fan of, but overall, those aren't, like, massive issues. It's not like it's the worst mod I've ever played because it, you know, you get stunned when you get hit by a antlion, but definitely skewed to be a little bit annoying. 2 flanks fur. Alright, that's enough. Let me make a Hout Lantern. You know, I've got Dune Rider boots, so I might as well make a Dune Rider arena in the snow biome. I've got Dune Rider boots for mobility, the Bast Statue to grab, Hout Lantern, campfire, and potion ingredients. I will make regeneration. I have a swiftness already, and let me get an iron skin out of here. Put it in here. Iron skin. Still no luck with goblins. What about the weapon changes? Didn't have strong thoughts on them. Why don't I use the minimap? Not very helpful. It takes up space on the screen, and I'd rather have that space be spent allowing me to see what's there. Yeah, this is a very healthy, girthy meteor. Usually they're a bit more lethargic. Yeah, it's wide, Mothula. It's got substance to it. It's got girth. Never heard girthy and healthy used to describe a meteor? Well, you haven't seen a meteor like that before. Okay, which... I guess up here is a good spot to terraform for Deerclops Arena. Just put a strip of sand here. Really don't need much space for Deerclops. Brendan said they appeared in one of your vids and I have to watch them all again to pay attention. Who's your friend? It'd probably be a multiplayer video if I were to guess. Footster? I don't know who that is. But I have done a lot of multiplayer streams and stuff, and usually people will have different names. Alright, that should be big enough. So I need to bring some Demonite, which I accidentally smelted too much, but there should be more to mine in the Corruption. There's usually Demonite pockets there. I think I need 5 ore. Some lenses and the Flinks for back to the Demon Altar. Doing Master Mode for the first time? Nice, how's it going? Ever did a Zappinator only run? No. No, I haven't. Yeah, fun fact. The Corruption spawns Demonite veins inside of it, whereas the Crimson does not spawn Crimtane veins inside of it. It's a weird little discrepancy. How many is it? I always forget how many of each. 1 lens, 3 Demonite. Oh, 5 Demonite, 3 Flex Fur. Okay. 1 lens, 5 Demonite, 3 Flex Fur. Yeah, another example of... back to the boss design thing. The reasons why Deerclops is what I would say not a well-designed boss in some regards and well-designed in other regards is... So he has his... her roar attack where there's the AoE slow debuff, and there's nothing you can really do to avoid it, and it's a very long period of time. And that's not a fun attack, especially because players don't like being slowed down. But the Shadow Hands... Deerclops has a very obvious wind-up and a pattern for dodging the ice spikes, which is fun to avoid as you run back and forth and avoid them. But in the course of doing that, you leave yourself vulnerable to Shadow Hands, which you cannot react to. And it feels very frustrating doing something that should be rewarding and fun, moving back and forth with a very clearly designed boss attack pattern trying to dodge it, and instead suffering hits to the face from something that you can't really react to if you're doing that. There are ways to consistently avoid Shadow Hands, but it involves like not moving and kind of just intentionally playing around them the entire time. They don't, strictly speaking, spawn on top of you. They have a range where they cannot spawn, so if you're not moving, they can't spawn on top of you. But if you're moving, particularly at a decent speed, they can spawn in front of you, and as you move, and as they fade in, you will move into them, and it will appear that they spawn on top of you, just because... Like, if it spawns here, but it has, like, a half-second spawning animation or something, and you're moving, then half a second later, you'll be where it is. You never hated something more than those Shadow Hands. Yeah. And the reason that that's frustrating is because the player doesn't really get the chance to interact with it, and it particularly punishes them for trying to do what the fight wants them to do and what they want to do naturally. It disrupts player agency and punishes them without really giving them any counterplay. What state of things are Skeletron's skulls he fires out? So the skulls can be blocked with blocks. They also are have very bad turning, so you can go in circles around them very effectively. He also fires 20 at a time, so if you count them, you can predict when he's going to spin. Okay, hopefully Deerclops spawns on the right. Damn. Okay, this is going to take a sec. I'm going to eat a snowball attack, probably. No, we're good. Damn. Okay. We have to actually outrange this one. I don't have the... normally by this point, I have enough vertical jumping capabilities to jump above that third one, but here that is not the case, as we only have a cloud in a bottle. Terragrim, again, still very effective against Deerclops. Okay, now we get to move at full speed. As long as we stay near Deerclops, we shouldn't have to deal with another slow debuff. And thankfully we have enough defense now that the Shadow Hands aren't terribly dangerous. But they can still be a nuisance, especially with knockback. Oh, and then you combine the fact that Deerclops inflicts the frozen debuff, and you can really get wombo comboed. Even if it doesn't deal that much damage, it's very annoying. Just randomly getting interrupted. No, it's not that Fogos isn't a fun mod, it's just that I wasn't having fun with it. Yeah, the slow debuff is also very annoying. Thankfully, the slow debuff is basically just a beginning of the fight thing. Deerclops only does it if you are far away from her. What? I guess I'm just messing with it. So as long as you stay close enough that she'll keep doing this, she won't apply the slow debuff, but obviously she doesn't spawn near you, so when you first spawn her, it's very difficult to start the fight without having the slow debuff applied. Can you sit in the middle of Deerclops' third slam to dodge it? No. You can sit in the middle of Deerclops' first two slams to dodge them, like the hitbox doesn't cover here, but that does not apply to the third slam. It applies everywhere. I'll get an extra accessory slot, Envix. The loot's mostly cosmetic. There are some functional items. Mounts, one of the big ones, the goat mount from the Wall of Flesh. It's functionally equivalent to the unicorn mount, but it's easier to obtain, and you'll often get just for free. There's the Santa mount. There's the Hexed Branch mount. Love these Shadow Hands. Love these Shadow Hands. This is where we fought the Eater first to get a little bit of defense. Because otherwise these Shadow Hands would have killed me by now. Oh, and then it just lingers there for ages. Alright, Deerclops down. Lucy the axe. Hex Branch is master? Yep. Witch's Broom is expert, but Hex Branch is master. I mean, I have like no accessories, so I guess I'll put on the Bone Helm. We still haven't even done a Goblin Invasion. Want to fight Skeletron like this? I mean, I could. Sure. It's gonna be a rough fight doing Skeletron with a Terragrim. We might have to balk on that one. Well, it won't be till tomorrow anyway, but because by the time we get to Skeletron, it's gonna be too late to summon him and kill him, I think. But maybe not. We can try it. Worst case, we just die. Oh, worst case, I just recall. I wouldn't let myself die. Might combine Bone Javelins for Skeletron. Shadow Hands would only attack you... Hold on, how close is... I was gonna say I could lead Skeletron back to my arena there, but that's kind of a bit too far away. I strongly doubt that Erdtree. Deerclops is not even tested. No, I think Deerclops' base form is really well made, I think. And this is pure speculation. This is based on nothing other than the fact that it's an expert mode change. I feel like Deerclops was designed, well made, and then Relogic realized they needed an expert mode change. So they added the Shadow Hands. And the Shadow Hands maybe weren't as well playtested, or maybe the way that that Relogic would end up playtesting, whether it be, you know, they have a bit more defense, or just didn't really pay that much attention to them, or they weren't fighting the expert version, or whatever, the Shadow Hands slipped through the cracks. That would be my guess. And it's based on nothing other than the fact that it's an expert mode change that otherwise... for an otherwise quite good boss. I thought about it, Gnarly Duck, but there's not really anything I would get from a floating island that I care that much about. Balloon's the only, like, consequential one. And I have a... I have 2 meteors? Didn't even realize. But yeah, see, that meteor is not as girthy. It's missing the bottom because it fell in the middle of a chasm. Okay, I'll slam down some platforms. Don't need that many for a Skeletron. Did I pick up my buffs? Still daytime. Now it's nighttime. We're gonna third layer on here? Probably. I might pull out the penetration for Skeletron. I feel like it would be valuable, as it's gonna be real difficult to kill his hands with the Terragrim. Meteor should try the medicine drug. No. The medicine drug is stupid and you're stupid. He needs rat bites to live. Yeah, dude, I can't. I can't Terragrim those hands. We gotta penetrate him. With my amount of defense, that's just not happening. Keep messing up those hand dodges a little bit. Buffs back. Once we get down to the skull, though, I should be able to Terragrim that. Also, fun fact, Skeletron's hands are not immune to being penetrated, but his skull is immune to penetration. All blood is made specifically inside your bones? Not true. My blood comes from a blood factory. I get it donated. The blood man gives me my blood. Or sometimes the blood woman. Yeah, that is a really close range. Ah, man. that one. Okay, we're going to take a sec to do some sustaining. I'd like to use the Terragram, but it has really bad range, and Skeletron's a really tough fight when you don't have good range. But penetrating Skeletron is a perfectly serviceable way of defeating him. Even if he's immune to penetration, I'll find a way to penetrate him regardless. But yeah, so these skulls, they don't pass through blocks, so, if you want, you can do something like this, which will stop them from hitting you. You want to extend the bridge slightly more than 3 blocks, because they do have a little bit of an angle, usually like 5, maybe 7 at a stretch, is enough. But especially if you have minions, that's a pretty effective way. Just count the number of skulls that fire. 20 is, how many go between the spins? You gotta be ready to move once the spin comes. B-gun. B-gun's also good at it because it goes around corners. But B-gun damage kind of sucks. I guess you could do meteor shot if you wanted to ricochet things too. There's a lot of things you can do with it. Oh, fuck, I've lost the power of penetration. I can't penetrate him anymore. I have to bone him now. That's my only option. Bone him or slash him. And boning is significantly less effective than penetrating. But, you know, desperate times call for desperate measures. Okay, Book of Skulls, Bone Glove. Bone Glove's probably cracked with Terragram. Well, I guess it just served as effective as anything else. Okay, down to the dungeon. Or is the skull spawning hands so quickly? Bone Helm? That's just how fast it spawns hands. Unless you mean Skeletron Skull, in which case, the number of... How frequently it spawns skulls is based on hands alive. But that was the regular rate. Second chest will be a Cobalt Shield, which will be a godsend for this Terragram. Like boning was doing more DPS. It's not about DPS, it's about effectiveness. Can someone use Bone Glove plus Terror Blade? It's a thing that somebody could do. Give me the Cobalt Shield. Really Worm Scarf. Need gold for anything? I don't think so, but I guess I'll hold on to it. What else would I want out of the dungeon? Mechanic, surely. It's a hell of a dungeon spawn. Wait, that's the fucking on. That's the tavern keep. What are you doing here? Hell of a hangover that guy has. There's a great dungeon spawn, by the way. Just pull this seed, stop it right here, and then send a screenshot to Reddit asking why your dungeon is only like 2 rooms. I'm sure they'd love that. Hello, mechanic. Marshmallow. That's a nice name. Golden key. Okay. I don't think I care about really any of the dungeon loot. I'm trying to think about it and like... Get this guy out of here so he never spawns again. I mean, I guess a shadow key would be nice. Hey, hey, get back here! Get back! Wall hacking dungeon slimes. Two can play at that game, buddy. Not getting away from me that easy. Ah. What is going on top of me? Hold on. Oh, it's the bone glove. That's what's happening. Man, I don't have the pickaxe power to break this. He's getting away from me. Do everything that goes through blocks? Shit. I need a night owl potion. Oh. Aha! No, that didn't work. Can't angle it. Got it. Hoik God. He thought he could escape from me. He thought he was the only one with... He thought he was the only one with wall hacks. No mere dungeon slime can escape my penetration. Okay, now I can't really get back, but... we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Okay, so there's a very janky way to hoik downward. You turn the block underneath you into a half block, and then do... I don't even know how to describe what I just did, but do what I did there. Let's hold on to Book of Skulls. I don't like Eyebone. But I guess at a stretch it serves as a... piggy bank. These in here. Blocks. Hey, this is furniture. This is furniture. Alchemy table was only good when shimmering potions gave all the ingredients because you have the worst luck ever. I don't think that was ever the case, was it? I don't know what I did there. I don't know how to explain it, but do what I did there. I don't know what I did there, man. It was fucking magic. It's literal, like, witchcraft. Do you think I have any idea what was going on? No, I just picked a spot and hammered it until it worked. I didn't know that was possible. I couldn't do it again. Finish getting set up. This time still works if you select OK to get set up. No. Leave me alone, Windows. Okay, you go get Shadow Key. You can loot stuff in the underworld. Maybe get a Dark Lance. I don't think I've ever used the Dark Lance on the Wall of Flesh. I'd be happy with that. I'm just playing the game. I did build this PC like 5 years ago, but... hell if I'm gonna link a Windows account. Windows keeps bothering me about wanting to link an account. I don't want to do that. And the house is house. Pre-installed Windows bricked. The pre-installed Windows bricked your laptop. Nice. Oh, wait, I've knocked my community now. I don't even care about getting hit. Yeah, it's the Terragram. Which is a fantastic weapon, by the way. Genuinely, especially getting it early on, it's incredibly strong. The only problem with it, especially on higher difficulties, is the fact that it has the range of a peanut. And not like a thrown peanut, like a child from the show The Peanuts that you would pick up and swing around. That is the amount of range that a Terragram has. This is about as effective as like swinging around pig. Magic Missile? Aquaceptor. I get those two mixed up. There should be a Muramasa around here somewhere. Not that I particularly care about a Muramasa, but... The Terragram is better than Enchanted Sword? Easily. In terms of actual effectiveness as a weapon, yeah. The Enchanted Sword is much easier to use since it actually has some range, but the situations where the Terragram performs well, it is going to perform much, much better than the Enchanted Sword. There's a handgun. I will not make a Phoenix Blaster, because we're going to use some other weapons. Tally counter. I'm playing medium core. Should probably pay a little more attention. Use sand gun. We could sand gun the wall of flesh. Man, still no shadow key? Jeez. Blind? No, I'm not blind. Is that all my keys? Those all my keys. Okay. There's a couple more slimes here, so. Having a sharpening station would also make this a lot more effective. There's the Muramasa. Did I get dark? Oh no, I didn't get darkness. I just had a night owl potion that wore off. Whoops. That's very unfortunate. Okay, we gotta bail for a minute. Dying in the dungeon would be a little inconvenient, so given the alternative, I'd like to avoid it. Still no shadow key? Still no shadow key. Still no shadow key. Jeez. Should keep this tattooed cloth in case, I need to brown goblins in order to get an invasion. Right. I'm at the point where I should be a little cautious. How many times have I gotten Terragram legitimately? I think this is the first time that I've actually gotten Terragram organically during a playthrough. You know, I've gone out of my way to get it at different points in times, but that's usually, you know, farming it with intent. As opposed to happening by it. Okay, Finally, a shadow key. Jeez. That took ages. What was that? 8 chests? And here's the corrupt chest, too. You know, on the off chance we end up using the Scourge of the Corruptor in hard mode, I'll, put that there. Yes, still no goblins. It's just master mode? Yeah. Isn't farming a legitimate way to get it? The Terragram? I don't believe there's any way to farm a Terragram. You can get enchanted swords from gold crates, but I don't believe you can get a Terragram from gold crates. The most effective way to get a Terragram is to have a world and do some kind of save file manipulation and set your spawn next to an enchanted sword shrine so that you break the shrine, leave the world, refresh it to a previous save state, and then break it again until you get it to drop. Or you can just like install a mod or download an all items world or something. Those all work. Sure, let's kill the eye a couple times. Yeah, getting it legit being like getting it to drop naturally as you're playing. Make bed, Alt F4 when it doesn't drop. Yeah, you can Alt F4. You can copy the world file in the worlds folder in your documents and then just paste it. There are a few options. Again. 3.33 chance for enchanted sword from crate, double for titanium. Holy shit, we're eye-boning right now. And we have the eye-bone. We're eye-boning with the eye-bone. With a bone helm on our head. On our eyes. We're boning the eye with a bone helm on our eyes with the eye bone in our pocket. Do I not like to make a relic room? I'd rather just sell it for money. Welcome to the Bone Zone. You think he had a stroke? I would suggest calling an ambulance. Excuse me, sir, you did not order a Yappuccino? Well, I am sorry, but that comes... it's... Man, I had something clever I was going to say, but I completely fucked up the line as I was trying to think of the words. I was going to say that it's a cover charge. As you get seated at this cafe, like each person that gets in gets a Yappuccino and you have to pay it just for the seat. But then I kind of fucked that one up. Okay, you think we're gonna get a goblin invasion before hard mode? I wonder. Let me get some more wood. Found tattered cloth? Nah. I don't need goblins. The goblins smell bad, and I don't like them. Because you just start your first Master World. Good luck. Did I beat Deerclops before Eye? No, we killed the Eye a while ago. I was just killing him a couple more times for money. Okay, yeah, probably go to Underworld, loot some shadow chests. I want to make a pylon down in the Underworld. It's nighttime now, which is going to be a little awkward. I could get the Tavern Keep to spawn down there, maybe? Oh, let me get a pylon. Nice. Regardless, I gotta go underground. Mining potion? Yeah, I do. Mining, Night Elf, spotting loot. I might as well take Danger Sense. Just to be on the safe side. I guess down past that mushroom biome would be my best bet. How's playthrough been so far? Pretty good. We got a Terragrim. You blame me for starting a medium core run at the Pillars right now? How was it? Pillars are definitely a rough part for medium core, especially if you start a death loop. Having a nice supply of potions in return helps a lot for that. Yeah, I Eater, Deerclop, Skeletron in that order. In 3 hours? Yeah, we've been playing a little slow, but... Is this Minecraft? No! This is, Oh, fuck. What's the name of that? I don't remember the name of the game I wanted to say. Probably just fight the Wall of Flesh next, go straight to hard mode. Starbound? No, it was some Minecraft-like game. It was 3-dimensional. Castle Miner Z, Hightail. No, it was Cube. I think it was Cube. It might have been Cube World. No, it was Vintage Story. It was Vintage Story. I was thinking of Vintage Story. It was Vintage Story. Fortnite is crazy. Fortnite has Miku. Just like Terraria, just like Minecraft, just like Skyrim. But notably, not like Dead by Daylight. And that's why Dead by Daylight is a bad game. Okay, well, we're gonna be here digging down for a while. What's your guys' favorite Hatsune Miku song? I'm a digger? I don't remember Miku singing that, but... Like, did a Miku cover of Gold Digger by Kanye West? Triple Baka? Senbone Zakura? Yeah. Senbone Zakura is nice. Holy shit, it's purple. Wow, I guess that's the bisexual lighting from the Shadow Orb. Rabbit Hole or End of Hatsune Miku? Rabbit Hole's fine, but honestly, I like a lot of Deco 27's other songs more than Rabbit Hole. The Domino's Vocaloid crossover ad. I have not, no. I remember when I was in Japan, there was at the official Hatsune Miku store in the Don Quixote in Akihabara, I think. There was this Miku protein powder that was being sold. And my friends, one of them's like really into bodybuilding, or like weightlifting and stuff. Really wanted like protein stuff, so he's been looking for protein powders. He gets the Miku protein powder, and oh my god, it tasted fucking horrible. Blue Miku ramen? No, I haven't. I'm eating Miku's suspicious substance any day. Was the powder blue? No. I'm sure I could just look up Domino's Miku ad. There was the incredibly disappointing Miku McDonald's promotional event with the Shaka Shaka fries and chicken or whatever. That was at the point I was in Japan, and we were hoping that for Miku Day there was going to be like some new McDonald's promotional thing. There wasn't. We did get some fries though, and they're good fries. Miku Day? Yeah, it's March 10th. Oh, wait, no, March 9th. Sankyu. Yeah, March 9th. Explosives there? What are the odds that there are explosives inside that lava? 0. Terraria runs take 50 hours? Is that normal? Dude, I have no idea what the average length of a Terraria playthrough is, but I can guarantee you that any feedback you get online is almost certainly going to lowball the estimate for an average Terraria playthrough, because your average Terraria player is way more casual and takes way longer than people that are going to be interacting with Terraria communities online. I mean, me playing casually, most of my challenge runs take like 3 or 4 streams to do. Somewhere in the ballpark of like 20 to 30 hours. Playing casually, probably like 20 hours, but I also skip a lot of content. And have very, I don't know if optimized is the right word, but it's optimized, but not like ridiculously optimized ways of doing things. Tried to beat Dark Souls with a dance pad. I did Elden Ring on a dance pad. I wanted to do speedruns of Dark Souls on a dance pad, but just didn't have the time. Still might do it at some point. Pizza game? Nice. What kind of pizza did you get? You told us for your first ever Terraria playthrough was a challenge run. You beat it in under a week when you didn't even know the Terraria had mineable copper or any of the bosses. Red chili peppers on pizza as a go-to topping. Honestly, I usually just get like cheese pizzas. Purely for economic reasons, because you have to pay for toppings. And it's free to get cheese. Is it nighttime? That'd be really convenient. The time was, in fact, night. I had to build this one in a hurry, but we'll retrofit it into something else. There you go. See, it's a bone throwing knife. And he is not happy. Oh, it's raining. That's why. Yeah, checks out. Okay, well, I went down there to loot shadow chests, so let's do that. If I build an arena, I'd want to build it out of, like, planter boxes, so I'm not going to bother putting stuff down now. Hell carrot. Alright, geysers. Dark Lance. So, I've never actually used it, but I've heard people say that the Dark Lance is pretty effective on the Wall of Flesh. So I kind of want to try it, since it's buff in 1.4.4. It's not terrible? Well, that's a glowing recommendation. We fighting Wild Flesh today? Yeah, probably. Hopefully I'll get a Dryad to move in. Although I don't even know if I have any more open housings. I have maybe 3 houses. I had... Yeah, I can probably get a Dryad to move in. Probably get Molten Armor. Molten Armor, Magic Luminescence, maybe. Flower of Fire. Maybe we use yo-yos in hard mode. We're kind of going in on melee right now. Wouldn't mind doing yo-yos. Don't think I've ever really used yo-yos in hard mode. I know they're not great. Oh, treasure magnet's nice for farming stuff. Might come up if we decide to get a Scourge of the Corruptor later. Area progression is garbage? Yeah, I'm aware. Let me get enough Hellstone for... Any food? No. God, this mining speed sucks. The Nightmare Pickaxe is awful. Honestly, I might just get enough for a Molten Pickaxe, then come back with a Molten Pickaxe. It's 60 hellstone for a molten pickaxe. Plus 20 obsidian. God, this is so bad. The Eye of Cthulhu is not bad for when you can get it, Envix. It's pretty bare bones, but does a lot of damage and can have some nice utility. I wouldn't use this as a like, main weapon, but I've definitely found use out of it before. Also have 0 mining speed buffs. Yeah, but you're stuck in a destroying master mode. What should you do? What types of weapons are you using? What do you have access to? Well, the Nightmare pickaxe compared to like the Deathbringer pickaxe is way worse, which is why I'm complaining about it. Because usually I play on Crimson Worlds. So you see how the Nightmare pickaxe has 65% pickaxe power. That means that it takes 4 hits to mine Hellstone. Because Hellstone is 200% HP, and 65 times 3 is 195. And you need to hit 200% to break the block, so you need 4 swings to break Hellstone. A Deathbringer pickaxe has 70% pickaxe power, which means it only takes 3 swings, because that gets to 210%. So not only does the Deathbringer pickaxe take 1 less swing to break Hellstone, it also has a faster mining speed. So the Nightmare pickaxe is just abjectly worse than the Deathbringer pickaxe in every way. And it takes like 30% longer to break Hellstone. 65 times 3 is 195, right? 180, 15, yeah. Yeah, it's exactly low enough so that the 5% extra pickaxe power that the Deathbringer pickaxe has, because it has 70%, which looks like nothing. Right? You look at the Deathbringer Nightmare pickaxe and you go, oh, 65 to 70%, that's functionally irrelevant. No, it actually has a very meaningful impact because it changes the number of hits it takes to break Hellstone. There's a tavern keep. Man, the Terraria makes a fun noise when you hit things, just how rapidly it causes hit sounds. I think the better thing to do would just be to make maybe the Nightmare pickaxe faster than the Deathbringer pickaxe. Right? Because it takes the same number of hits to break a stone block. 65, 70 are both going to break 100, which is what you need to break a stone block in 2 hits. So if you just made the Nightmare pickaxe faster than the Deathbringer pickaxe to begin with, which would make it a little bit more effective at mining regular blocks, but less effective for Hellstone, I feel like that's a solid balancing dynamic for them to have. Thoughts on Lunatic Cultist? Yeah. Whatever. Somewhat underwhelming boss, but honestly, in terms of actual boss design, I think the Cultist is more fun to fight than a lot of Terraria's other bosses. On Turkor. I've never played the mobile versions when Turkor was in the game. Or after, but I don't really have thoughts on him. Favorite boss is Skeletron Prime. Huh. I think Skeletron Prime is pick you see too often for favorite boss. Meteorite in here. And 20 Hellstone. Molten Pickaxe. Nasty. Has a speed buff. Very nice. I'll keep backup pickaxe in here in case I die and need to mine something. And let's drink another obsidian skin potion and go to town mining some Hellstone. At this point, I really think I just want the armor set, which is, what, 10, 15, 20? That's, 25, 35 Hellstone? Is that the case? No. 10, 15, 20. 15, 20, 35, 45 Hellstone. Which would be 135 ore. Let's get 136 for a spot in the chest. Anything else I would want Hellstone for? I don't think so. Worst case, I could just go get it in hard mode. Sure, it used to be easy, now it's just pain. Like Skeletron Prime, because you can craft a flamethrower. Favorite boss is probably Plantera. Yeah, lasers get countered very effectively by defense. Pretty much regardless of the boss. You know, it's not going to be the laser is completely harmless, but you'll usually, you know, have the damage of lasers if you get a good amount of defense. Potentially even more. Let's say 135. And Terrafight is usually just flying in a circle. In phase 1, yeah. Phase 2, it can be a bit more interactive. There's my obsidian. There. $45. 15, 20, 10. It's Shadow. Oh, losing that speed hurts. Do I have Topaz? Can I make a Magiluminescence? I can. Builds me back up. I'll ditch Bone Glove at this point. Okay, yeah, buy planter boxes from the Dryad, and I'm good to start making a wall of flesh arena. I'm happy with that. Sort my chest a little more. All these blocks sorted. Yeah, Queen Slime sucks. Nobody likes Queen Slime. Got a potion buff, or a food buff rather. That's nice. A beginner beat the wall with 260 max HP and shadow armor. When you're new to the game, you just experiment and try around in general without worrying too much. Yeah. I mean, when I was new to the game, I probably played it just like offline in the car on my laptop. At least for the first, like, you know, half a playthrough or whatever, because I think I got it from my laptop when driving to family and whatnot and played it in the car. It's on Christmas time. So it was the Christmas event and everything like that. And then I would play it with my sister's boyfriend at the time. I think he was the one that bought me Terraria. And I had some other friends that I would play it with. But I'd play by myself for the most part. As far as people that I watched, it was pretty much just Yeromir. Never really watched the other Terraria YouTubers around that time very much. Didn't really interact with the online Terraria community that much in general. I'd mostly just do stuff myself. I never really watched hero stuff. Not out of conscious dislike or anything, just never really felt like it. I remember Hero. At this point, they're probably best known for their mod. Played for the Willy since it was made harder. Yeah. Hero had a controversy. I'm not too surprised. I feel like if you take YouTubers out of a hat, chances are half of them are going to have some kind of controversy. Hell, half is probably a lowball estimate. Is that clock accessory I have? Clock accessory. This? That's a tally counter. And Queen Bee is the easiest boss in the game because she's not despawn and therefore easy to cheese. Queen Bee is easy to cheese because she damages other enemies. You can insta-kill her with statues if you want to go with the cheese route. I don't think the fact that she doesn't despawn and is predictable makes her inherently an easier boss. It just makes her easier to take advantage of her AI in a way that keeps you safe. It takes a long time to actually fight her like that. I wouldn't call that easy. I think she's the easiest boss to cheese, though, on account of, well, what I just said. Deerclops are literally impossible to lose. Not true. Deerclops will despawn if it's been a day since Deerclops spawned and you die. If you have enough DPS to kill Deerclops within a day, then yeah, you'll be fine. But, Deerclops doesn't literally never despawn. Isn't it 3 days? I thought it was 1 day. I've never actually seen it happen. This is just going based off of what I've heard from other people. Should probably get Feral Claws if we use the Dark Lance. Feral Claws and Sharpening Station. I don't want to rip out my jungle for a Sharpening Station though. That'd take ages. So what was the buff that the Dark Lance got? I know it deals Shadow Flame now. Did it get a range increase? That sprite, or is that just a visual thing? Deerclop drops her Horde? I would disagree because the Pneumatic Horn kicks ass. The rest of Deerclops' drops aren't very good, but the Pneumatic Horn kicks ass. Those Deerclops are on hardcore. Did you hear any of what I just said? Oh, Deerclops is also fucking miserable in multiplayer. Like, large multiplayer games. Remember it came up during the All Ranger world. Deerclops spawns a Shadow Hand for each player. And other players' Shadow Hands don't care where you are, so they will just spawn on top of you. That are bad at it as multiplayer, yeah. And it got to the point where Deerclops literally was just like teleporting around at the end. Genuinely can't believe the expert Shadow Hand made past testing. You know, things slip up. No matter how much experience a company has, some things will always get through playtesting. Sometimes there are last-minute changes. It's possible Deerclops might have had a different expert mode change, or the hands originally worked differently, and they kind of last-minute changed it and didn't test it too closely, or it's possible that they like how it is now, and they like seeing people cope and seethe over the frustrations of fighting Deerclops. Your favorite vanilla boss? Probably just Empress of Light, but it's not like I am super in love with the Empress of Light. I just think Terraria's bosses in general are one of its weaker aspects, so a boss that's pretty good is going to be head and shoulders above the rest. Mods improve performance in basically every game? It depends on the mod. I mean, there are performance mods that can improve performance. But that doesn't mean modded Terraria is going to run better. Whole point of Terraria's bosses? No. No, no, no. Not at all. I would vehemently disagree with that notion. Obsidian Rose? It's only a 1 in 20 drop from imps. It's pretty common. I dropped my shadow key somewhere. It's probably in my chest. Hellwing yeah, no, I don't think Terraria's main goal is its bosses. I think when you get to modded Terraria, that does get to be pretty true, because that's where you tend to introduce a very heavy focus on bosses and boss fights. Calamity mod, Faragor's mod seem to be very focused around their bosses. But base game Terraria, no. I mean, there's fishing, there's building, there's exploring, there's mining. There are a lot of other aspects to Terraria. What I'm doing right now, I'm preparing for a boss. Yes. There's a difference between bosses don't matter and the whole point of Terraria is its bosses. Are bosses a major part of Terraria? Yeah. Are they the whole point of Terraria? No. I would say bosses are as much the focus of Terraria as, like, exploration or mining. They're a core pillar of the game. And if you removed them, the game would not be the same. But there's a lot of other things that make the game what it is. Enough space for a master wall of flesh? Dude, I don't remember how much space the wall of flesh takes. We'll roll with this. Worst case, we just die and try again. I have a voodoo doll. Did I? I thought I had a voodoo demon. Maybe I did. Put a house here. Guide in here. I gotta wait till nighttime, unless I had a doll drop. No, I must not have gotten one. I've been mixing it up with something else. Okay, I should have drank a potion of return there. Let's Wall of Flesh. It's not an arm, it's a cane. Because it's houses. Houses are cane. Oh, I can't even combine accessories. There's no reason to try to make an obsidian shield. Make a diamond hook. Odds of this going well. Not super high. But we will try it out and see how the lance performs. I'll take a burger, night owl potion, swiftness. Do I have the speed to outrun the Wall of Flesh? Not really. Whatever. Outreach. Regen. Iron skin. Titan? Titan potion. I'll take those. Should be good. I could lay campfires down the walkway, get a little bit HP regeneration. Maybe 15. Shackle. Any other accessories I want to put on? Band of regen's okay, but I could Alright, we'll just wait till nighttime. Maybe I'll put some more blocks on the back end of the arena. Because I got time. Oh, put some more blocks down. Boxes. I think I was combining the word block and planter box. That's not what I said, Jen. Fishing in Minecraft is more fun than in Terraria because you don't have to worry about bait constantly. I don't think worrying about bait constantly is really a thing with Terraria fishing. You solve the issue pretty quickly, especially if you're using sonar potions. You just have an effectively infinite amount of bait. And then you get bait from crates and angler rewards. Definitely at the beginning it can kind of be a concern, but I feel like you pretty quickly get to the point where bait's not an issue. About 600 grubby because you were bored day one? Damn. Yeah, you can farm bait in the graveyard. With maggots. How much bait power does a maggot give? I don't remember. This should be sufficient. Just 22. Okay, so it's roughly equivalent to like a firefly. Slightly better. Really, the most effective way to farm bait in the early game is just to take a pickaxe, break some rocks, catch the worms that spawn from them, and then just turn them into enchanted nightcrawlers. And you can usually get like 15, 20 worms really comfortably doing that, and it takes very minimal effort. And then by using those worms, you can usually get bait from other sources that will allow you to perpetuate that supply indefinitely. Time to catch your Weaver Shark, you get flashbacks. Flashbacks to when it was good, yeah. Almost nighttime. Our defense really isn't fantastic, not gonna lie. The lack of a Goblin Tinkerer does prevent us from getting warding accessories, and with playing as melee, it's not ideal. I could buy some ale from the Tavern Keep, probably worthwhile. Melee speed, damage, the defense down doesn't matter too much. We have the Tavern Keep. Doesn't like that chest I put there. Whatever. What even is the point of the Weaver Sharp now? It's pretty fast. As an early game pickaxe, it's not quite at the speed of a bone pickaxe, but I think it's the second fastest pickaxe behind bone. Or maybe it's the fastest breaking the blocks it can break in one hit, besides bone or something. I don't know. It's fairly fast. But yes, it's not fantastic. Good for soft blocks. Am I good at any competitive games? I don't really play many competitive games because I'm not very competitive. Okay. See how it goes. I have a lot of knockback. I have a lot of damage on those lasers. Alright. Cleaning up the hungry. Well, it's not bad. These lasers are going to rip me to pieces later on, though. It's now, jeez. We're going to back off and heal a bit. I feel like Starfire is kind of overrated. Yeah, I don't think Starfire is incredible or anything, but it's not bad. It's usually not very good for bosses, but it is really nice for just exploring stuff. Man, without defense, I really can't get close enough to hit the wall of flesh here. Yeah, I think we just have to go get a goblin, because just with this amount of range, I can't. It just doesn't work. Okay. That's gonna nuke my inventory, but whatever. Feral Claw? No. It's not Feral Claws. That would help. It's just defense. I can't be that close to the wall of flesh. Change weapon? No, I want to use the Dark Lance. Feral Claws would give me more range. It gives a minuscule amount of range. Yeah, at this point we have to just go farm scouts. Why not Shadow Orbs? We've broken Shadow Orbs. We broke a Shadow Orb like a couple hours ago. No Goblin Invasion spawned. Okay, well, got water candles. Make a battle potion. Wait till nighttime, head to probably the dungeon. Sit there for a bit. Got 2 cloth now. Okay. Now this is the morning we're gonna get a Goblin Invasion. I'm sure. Yep, there it is. Okay, well. We're more than equipped to deal with the Goblin Invasion at this point, so... I beat Wildflesh with the Lawnmower on Classic difficulty. I would not be able to beat the Wildflesh with the Lawnmower on Master Mode. He just does too much damage. Low range is definitely a problem with the Wildflesh. Low range plus low defense is very difficult to overcome unless you do a lot of specific arena building. Say goodbye to all my money. I have 8 copper on me. Oh, you mean with the Goblin Tinkerer? I'll be fine. Thankfully, by this point, we have a Dark Lance, which is gonna shred through this Goblin Invasion. I can't just predict the rarest pre-hard mode sword and Goblin Invasion? Well, that's just my precognition. I was born with it. I know what's going to happen before it happens. What is the most easily farmable pre-hard mode boss? Pre-hard mode? Probably Queen Bee. She dropped... All the things you need to summon Queen Bee are extremely accessible in the area you fight her. She drops the honey. Hive blocks and honey blocks are basically free. I mean, you need 5 of each, and as long as you have a little bit of water nearby, you can just break the hive and get honey from honey and water. And then it's a single stinger. You just have to go, like, kill a hornet. And hornets spawn in hives. And hornets and spike slimes are everywhere out in the jungle. It's really easy to get a lot of stingers. Plus, she drops a lot of stuff that sells for a lot, so she's pretty effective for money farming. After Queen Bee... Oh, and Queen Bee doesn't have much HP, so you kill her pretty fast. What prep's left into a wall of flesh? Whatever I feel like. I mean, I'm happy fighting the wall of flesh right now. I'm not sure how effective the Dark Lance is going to be. I mean, if I had like a Hellwing bow, we would have killed the wall of flesh there. But I want to see the Dark Lance. I want to try it out. I want to test it out. It's clearly no Knight's Edge. But with a bit more defense, we might be able to work something out of this. Okay, I'll grab a Hunter Potion, head down to the caverns. I'll drink the Battle Potion too for higher spawn rates. Yeah, even if the Dark Lance is good, the problem is it has to compete with the Knight's Edge. There's the Stylist. I guess we can grab her. One last question before you go to sleep. You can ask your question, and whether or not I answer it will be determined by my mood at that exact moment. Traveling Merchant. Keep accidentally creating hoiks? Or just randomly hammering stuff? The life question. Tell us a joke? Man, I'm not funny. There's so much pressure on me now to tell a funny joke. I don't know how to be funny. I didn't go to funny school. I studied neuroscience, not comedy. What is that? Napoleon got blown when he set off a bomb? That's a weird joke. Bound Goblin? Bound Goblin? There's another nymph. It's free money, I guess. Goblin? Bound Goblin? Goblins spawn like any other enemy. When you're in the cavern layer, it can just spawn before you freed it. Be around you somewhere. Be this big glowing green guy, so it should be pretty obvious. Usually it doesn't take this long. Bad RNG with its locations. And if you miss the goblin, we get 2 nymphs, but not a single bound goblin. Well, I feel like the medium core part is implied with casual. I mean, it's not hardcore. If it was hardcore, you know, that wouldn't be casual. Stabbing woman again? No, this is my first time stabbing woman. I was slashing woman before. Completely different. I would never penetrate a woman, but I would slash and stab her. Oh yeah, we died in the underground desert at the beginning of the game to some cactus. And then I died when I recalled from the wall of flesh. Finally, I said something. What did I say that was funny? That was just true. Joke? What joke? The fuck is this goblin? I've worn out like the entire duration of a battle potion. Well, he'll always spawn off screen, so if you stay in one place, yes, he'll spawn nearby, but then he'll despawn if you don't catch him, because if an enemy's off screen for 12.5 seconds, they'll despawn. So he's constantly respawning nearby. Hunter Potion helps out a lot. Because unlike other enemies, he won't move. But he's bound. There he is. Okay, well by now it's probably like nighttime, right? Late day. Oh wait, Traveling Merchant. What you got, buddy? Arapema? Pad Thai. Buy some Pad Thai just for convenience. And I will move Goblin Tinker in here. And Tavern Keep. I move this one down. Come on. What if I... Now it's happy. It detects so much metal. You are Force Femming Moonlord Kitten? What? The fuck did I just see? It's House. Modsafon. House MD. Okay, do some accessory combining first. Not you. Okay, well, I've got a thing now, so I don't mind getting the Sky Island loot. I love Celestial Magnet as Sky Island loot. And by love, I mean, I don't love Celestial Magnet as Sky Island loot. It's got the word Celestial in it. So does the Celestial Stone. You don't get that from islands. Celestial Magnet is the best item in the game. Maybe if you're playing Mage and have a mana stowed drop focused recovery system. But it's one of 4 classes. It's dead to the other 3. And it takes up a slot in a loot pool that is otherwise pretty damn awesome. Star Fury's relevant for every class for exploration purposes. If you get 3 balloons, you have a good shot at getting a bundle of balloons. If you don't get 3 balloons, well, if you have at least 2 balloons, it's pretty reasonable to get a bundle. And that's entirely dependent on what loot generates, and having an extra thing in the loot pool makes it notably less likely that you'll get enough balloons naturally to get a bundle. Usually you shoot for 2 in a large world, and then you end up like fishing for the 3rd. Sometimes you get lucky with 3. Okay. I guess I'm making a blue balloon. Don't do that too often. Okay. Get a reforge on this lance. Got plenty of money. Something that's not weak? What the fuck? Okay, strong. Godly. Be a nice warding shackle. Come on. There we go. No luck there. That's fine. We got stuff to sell. Whatever. 46 is fine. Alright, potions back, and hopefully this gets us the bonuses we need. We should take well, like probably like half as much damage from the lasers, which should be pretty significant. I not have a guide anymore? Oh, right, I destroyed the guide's house. Sweet. I have an idea, which is to put up random walls like this to provide me some cover from lasers. Because I don't need... I can hit through blocks. I don't need clear line of sight. Yeah, no one sees my vision when I play it for them. They just say it's whack. But they don't know what dope is. And normally wide open spaces like this are fantastic when you have a ranged weapon. When you have a melee weapon, a bit less fantastic. It's also why I didn't destroy these houses, because having those blocks there was actually helpful. Okay, I was hoping that goblin upgrade got us what we needed. Sleep till guide. And if I actuate the floor, it would accomplish the same thing. Besides, I plan on winning. I don't need to actuate the floor when you plan on winning. Actuating is for people who need to refight the wall of flesh. I'll just do it first try. So the other night you were dreaming and you swear sorbet-like houses were everywhere in your dream? That sounds like a wonderful place to live. Do you remember the address? I'd like to move there. Somewhere I can finally be around like-minded people. Dr. Seuss Asstown? What? What does that mean? God, hungry are annoying. God, this weapon seems so bad at managing hungry. Am I, like, missing something with this? Because people will tell me they use the Dark Lance on the Wall of Flesh and it's good or whatever, but this is not managing these hungry at all. It's doing a abysmal job at it. Genuinely atrocious. It has so little arcing. How do you manage hungry with this weapon? Mace is better for sure. I have heard multiple people, like, espouse the Dark Lance as a good weapon for the Wall of Flesh, and, like, that it's effective and things like that. I'm trying to figure out what is wrong with those people. Am I missing something with this? Because it really just seems bad. Like, the damage is okay if I can hit it, but, like, getting within range is really difficult. Use snowball cannons for cover. Too little coverage? I mean, cover wasn't the issue. Like, getting shot by lasers wasn't the issue. It's the fact that the hungry respawn, and by the time I kill all of the hungry or knock them back enough to get close enough to hit the eye segments, the rest of the hungry are there. It was, like, kind of okay the first time, but even then it was really messy. Use the Knight's Edge as an alternate weapon to manage the hungry. Okay. That's like a great idea. Oh, what other interesting weapon can we use on the Wall of Flesh? Because his Dark Lance is not very fun to use. V-nades? No, I don't want to farm them. Do Sun Fury. We do... we do have a Sun Fury in the chest. Been a long time since I've used the Sun Fury on the Wall of Flesh. Sure, let's do it. Use Lucy? I'm good. I'm good. I'd rather not. Star Fury? Star Fury's fine, but it's not very interesting. I haven't used the Sun Fury on the Wall of Flesh in a long, long time. Cascade? Yeah, but then I have to get the Cascade. Oh, the guy moved in up there. No wonder he wasn't moving back in. Okay. Probably could have seen that one if I was paying attention. I think when I did accessories only, the first boss I killed was Deerclop, so that I wouldn't have to use only the Shield of Cthulhu for everything else. But I did use the try to use the Shield of Cthulhu heavily for some other bosses. I think the Eye of Cthulhu I was also fighting at that point in time, maybe? I don't know. I think the Eye of Cthulhu showed up when I was fighting Deerclops. Doing that one. Try it. Okay, maybe I'd apply a debuff here and then swap Stun Fury. See what I can make happen. Jesus Christ, how many hungry respawned at once there? Were they all just, like, knocked back? Yeah, Shadow Flame works on Wall of Flesh. It doesn't work on demons, but it does work on the Wall of Flesh. Oh, damn. Yeah, I don't get the Dark Lance. Sun Fury is much worse than the Dark Lance here. The damage is fine, but I don't get managing those hungry. Grab a handgun, I guess. Hello, why casual? Why? I don't know how to answer that one. Actually, you know what? I just had a really great idea on what we could do for the Wall of Flesh. It involves getting, like, 10 Hellstone bows and some meteorite for Meteor Shot. Genius solution popped into my mind. We could use, like, an actual weapon. Something that's good. Let me, get the rest of these accessories on. Where's my other one? My shackle? Shackle. I need an obsidian skin potion. And, I think it's like 10. I think it's 10. So, 30. We already have 3. Let's get 30. Gross, you want Sorbet naked? Come on, extreme person, be realistic. What? I didn't even smell 11. Okay, Phoenix Blaster. We already have meteorite burst, so... $1,400 should be enough bullets. It's only master mode. Regen, swiftness, iron skin. Ditch the ale now. Take Titan. Why not? Yeah, getting a little bit more cash to get a non-sluggish reforge would be pretty cool. So, I guess I'll keep the magnet in case I want to do anything in hard mode with it. Slot in a worm scarf over the bone helm. I don't really like the bone helm much anyway. Hasty, sure. Guide respawned? Guide respawned. Oh, food too. I'll have an egg. A nice egg for omelet. Use the Hellwing bow for Wall of Flesh. Yeah, Hellwing bow is good for Wall of Flesh. I just don't like it that much. So you need a good portion of early hardware bosses with it. I would comfortably use the the Phoenix Blaster until Plantera. I mean, like if I don't have any ulterior motive, you know, if you just act negative all the time, kitten. I get that it can like seem like you're being funny or whatnot, but it usually just makes people think you're a dick. And makes people not like you. Just general piece of advice for life. Being mean to people as a default state, because it's funny or whatever, tends to just make people think you're a dick. And sure, there's like shooting the shit and ribbing your friends and whatnot. That's one thing. It's something to remember. But yeah, I really don't get... Like, I can see the Dark Lance being effective if you can hit the Wall of Flesh's segments, because it was good damage when I could hit all the segments. But getting in that situation in the first place was really difficult. I don't get how to manage those hungry with a weapon that has that small of a hitbox when they're coming from all directions. And they respawn so quickly, and they do, you know, 100+ damage when they hit you when he's down past half HP, that it really didn't feel... It was very uncomfortable trying to use it. As opposed to this, where you just stand away and shoot it, and it just works. Whoops. Thank you, Hamwood Blocks. I need a summon or two to help with the ads. I mean, summons don't really help that much with the ads, especially if you're going through blocks. There's not many summons to go through blocks. See, if this was Fargo's mod, man, I wasn't a hammer block that time. That was me misplacing the platform. Should be pretty straight from here on out. If this was Fargo's, I would have confusion now. Because I got hit by a leech. Expanding the arena was the right call. Happy we did that. I still have my ship. I wanted to pull out the Dark Lance to finish him, but I don't think I had it anymore. Stored it somewhere. It was medium cool. Okay, well, hard mode it is. Summoner Emblem Firecracker. Is this a sign? Is this fate? Well, regardless, I think it's going to be it for today. I have something I have to do at 5 o'clock. That's in half an hour. Pretty effective. Probably beat the game next stream. 4.5 hours to get here. Hung up a bit on the Wall of Flesh because I wanted to try out the Dark Lance and the Sun Fury. Terraria was great. Awesome. Really nice to get. Yeah, I've never actually used Firecracker plus Abigail. I'm familiar with it, though. I know it's good. Okay. Well, bye, everyone.